Hello and welcome to Second Rate Film School. My name is Andrew Wass, and today we're going to be discussing one of mine and a lot of people in my generation's favorite TV shows, Courage the Cowardly Dog. From its inception to the episodes you remember, the ones you've forgotten, its legacy and beyond, we're going to cover it all. This will be a multi-part retrospective because we have a lot of ground to cover with this show. And the reason we have a lot of ground to cover is we have a very special slate of guest stars, all responsible for different aspects of creating and shaping the show. So without further ado, let's meet our guest stars. Our first guest star is series creator, director, and writer John R. Dilworth.
Hello, Andrew. Very nice to be here. Nice to be anywhere, but especially here.
Next up, we have the head writer of the show, David Stephen Cohen.
Thank you.
Staff writer and animatic supervisor, William Hohauser.
I thank you. And I thank you for having me here. I hope I can clarify a few things of what we're talking about.
Musical composer, Jody Gray.
Hi. Good to see you.
And last but not least, the man behind the voice of Courage and his screams, Marty Grabstein. Welcome to the show.
Hey, this is just a pleasure to be here with Andrew over here on another delightful Zoom call. I look forward to whatever we're going to be creating together. I'm sure it's going to be wonderful. I feel a lot of confidence, and your pedigree precedes you. How's that?
Well, that's a very fancy word to describe the fun we'll be having today. Before we get started, I do want to just thank you guys for taking time to stop on by because I've been a lifelong fan of Courage ever since I was a little kid. This was like one of my favorite TV shows. I watched it all the time. And even though the show's on streaming, I still had to pick up the box set. It's really been a joy rewatching all the episodes leading up to our discussion. I've probably watched more Courage in the past month than I have in the past 20 years. So without further ado, let's drive out to the middle of nowhere and dive right in.
Something horrible wants to destroy our humble nowhere shack. Who will protect our home?
Someone protect our home. Who will protect our home? Courage the cowardly dog. Courage the cowardly dog. Courage the cowardly dog. Courage the cowardly dog.
To start with, our story actually begins a little earlier than the November 12th, 1999 premiere of the series proper. Back in 1994, John made a short film called Dirty Birdie. While not actually having anything to do with Courage itself, the influence this short had on the series is undeniable. We see a lot of the hallmarks that Courage would later have, the irreverent humor, character designs, and the really interesting and unique music. Though obviously the biggest stepping stone to the series came 1 year later in 1995 with the short film The Chicken from Outer Space. Pretty much all the elements that you would associate with the series were present here. You have the 1950s, B-movie sci-fi feel. You have Eustace and Muriel, Eustace's Ooga Booga Booga mask.
Booga, booga, booga!
Eustace being punished for his misdeeds in the short. And of course, Courage the Cowardly Dog. Now, John, can you talk about the creation and genesis of this short and how it got involved in the Cartoon Network What a Cartoon block?
The Chicken from Outer Space was just another short film, and I needed funding. So I heard that Fred Seibert was shopping for, some product. And initially I had given him Dirty Birdie, but Andrew, they weren't going to touch Dirty Birdie. They weren't going to put that on the air. So I had the storyboards for The Chicken from Outer Space. It was black and white. I was going to do it as a sci-fi movie in black and white. And I pitched that, and I was very excited about that. Initially, the Eustace didn't have a mask. He had a shotgun, just like Warner Brothers. And Eustace was firing at Courage, blasting him. He never hit him, of course, because, right, what's the history of our animation? No one got hurt in Warner Brothers cartoons, MGM cartoons. It's just like that.
I can actually picture that perfectly. Just seeing Eustace going around the farmhouse with a shotgun, the really rough patterns being blown out of the side of the house, the couch, the props, etc. Kurt's just diving under everything for cover. It would have really been great and would have fit really right at home in a Looney Tunes cartoon. That being said, I can see why Cartoon Network said you couldn't do it. At least we did get the iconic running gag of the Ooga Booga Booga mask, which that's a pretty good consolation prize. So William, outside of John, you're one of the few people, and the only one on the show today, that worked both on the series and the short, serving as its editor. So how did you get involved in that and then get brought back for the series?
Well, way back when I worked with other animation people, on and off. I had a regular video business where I was, I have a camera, I film things, interviews, edit for other people. Also, if you look at my resume, it's like, it's everywhere. But one of the things I did was work for animation people who were based in New York. So I did quite a bit of work for Greg Ford when he was doing the return of the Warner Brothers theatrical animations back in the 80s and the early 90s. So he would bring the animatics to me. And, those are basically drawn out storyboards, and we would either do the soundtrack ourselves. It's like, oh, hey, you over there, do Daffy Duck. I'm Daffy Duck. That's terrible, but who cares? We were just timing it. And we would get the drawings and stack them up and put them on videotape. We're editing on tape. Everything. So we get a good idea of what was happening. And I was working with a few other people, for commercials and other animated projects. So a mutual friend of John's and mine, who I hadn't met John yet, his name was Mark Heller. He was at that time running an animated commercial firm. So he was making animated commercials for various clients, nationally and locally. And he said, oh, I have a guy, we're doing a commercial. He's a little strange, but I think you could work with him. And I said, strange? Send him in. And in comes John, and it was some commercial for, I don't remember. And John doesn't even care. We both of us had no clue what the commercial was, but we sat there and we put the little 30-second commercial together and did a little adjustments here and there. And it was just basically, we were screwing around and joking. And he said, I'm just coming back to you. Everybody else is boring. You're not boring. Okay, I don't know if that's a good thing to say, but that's what he said. But he came back and he said, oh, I'm doing this thing for Hanna-Barbera, which was a cartoon experimental series?
Officially, it was a short film program that was meant to put the power back in the creator's hands, and also serve as a testing ground for potential pilots for Cartoon Network.
And John, I believe, got in on the strength of his short Dirty Birdie, which he came through me before it was on. So, and he got the commission, and sure enough, he did all the animatics himself, and we put it together. No music, there was no dialogue track for that. It was a pantomime cartoon, and there was a few little. Most of it was done fine. I mean, I don't want to take any credit for it, but there was like little details. And this John's like, and I said, why don't you put some parsley around the cooked chicken, on the plate? No, just don't have a cooked chicken. Have it already on a platter with parsley and some potatoes or whatever else. He goes, that's it. Oh, thank you. Okay. And then after that, he was like, okay, we're doing the series and I want you on it, helping me write. He's like, your ideas are okay. They're a little off from the side, but that's good.
So John, the short was actually so well received, it was nominated for Best Animated Short at the 1996 Academy Awards, unfortunately losing to the Wallace and Gromit short, A Close Shave. So what was that like being nominated?
Well, it was a thrill, of course. It's a great honor to be selected by your peers for some distinction in a pursuit that you're passionate about, of course.
Pivoting briefly back to the What a Cartoon Shorts program, a lot of heavy hitters from Cartoon Network in this era came out of that program as well. Dexter's Lab, Powerpuff Girls, Johnny Bravo, Cow and Chicken, to name a few. But your short was the only one that had the acclaim of being nominated for an Academy Award. And despite that fact, it actually had the longest lead time from the short to the premiere of the series. With the short airing for the first time on February 18, 1996, and the series being released November 12, 1999. So what was the deal with that long of a lead time?
There was a political transition. Hanna-Barbera was folding. And at the time, Ted Turner was interested in starting a cartoon studio, a network. And it was called Cartoon Network. And Betty Cohen was the first president. And it was amazing because you had a couple of really powerful brains behind that. You had Linda Saminsky and Mike Lazo. And I know Brian Miller was part of that too. And Fred Seibert and Betty Cohen. I mean, you couldn't get a more dynamite group of executives that understood animation. And that's vital.
Well, luckily the transition happened and the show got greenlit. So now it was time to start assembling the cast and crew. To begin with, David, how did you get involved with being the head writer for the series?
The show had been picked up already by Cartoon Network. The Oscar-nominated short acted as a pilot for the series, and there were a couple of episodes in, still looking for the head writer. And one of the people working on the show, so at John's right hand, her brother, Alan Neuwirth, had worked with me on a Dr. Seuss series and recommended me for the gig. It was the best way to, it was another situation where an agent or a manager had nothing to do with it, but, took the 10%. And the best possible way, I worked with someone who liked me and thought I did a good job running this Dr. Seuss series. And when somebody recommends you, it's very meaningful because they're putting their reputation on the line. So that's, that was my involvement. I had a sort of, initially I walk into a room and I don't know, and John's an interesting fellow. And it just all happened. And suddenly we're making the show, and you don't get to stop to think about, he says, I just want to do the best version of the show that John has created and serve that vision. So, when I started, this was from 0 to 60 in a second. There was a lot of work to be done already.
So Jody, how did you get brought in?
Well, it's a little circuitous. In 1996, John's producer at that time, Rob Marcus, who was working with John, his future wife was in a band that Andy Ezrin was playing in. And he said, I'm working with this guy. He's a really, really good animator, and he's just really a wacky guy. And maybe you'd like to work with him. So Andy said, well, I'd have to bring Jody Gray in, because he's like, the computer maven and composer. He's done a lot of film work and blah, 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 blah. So we really want to do it together. So we did this thing with John called Noodles and Ned, and it was a wonderful experience as far as understanding John. John does not want anything to be in any way average. He wants to, to go to 120% or 1,000% with everything. He wants to go way over the top. So like we did a couple of things in this show, which were sort of John Williams-esque. For instance, I'll give you an example. And then he said, oh, no. Have all of those instruments played by toy instruments. So instead of trumpets, there were all these really geeky things that we did. And it was really wonderful. It worked out well. So we kind of got his sensibility, and it was very much ours. So we kind of forgot about it. And then, I don't know, 3 years later, and Andy and I got a call from Risa Neuwirth, who was his associate producer, and said, hey, we'd really like you to do this, but it's competitive. We were competing with a lot of people like Mark Mothersbaugh and all kinds of other people who were originally, slated to do it. And Mark had this huge hit with Rugrats at the time and stuff. So anyway, Andy and I said, well, let's do, what we did. Let's go way over the top and do something really nuts. And the first thing that we did was, that crazy little Luby, the theme for Cats. And, John went crazy and we got the gig. So that's how it began.
That's actually very interesting. That wasn't one of the main themes, but a villain theme. And we'll get into that a little bit later. Well, now all that leaves us with is casting Courage himself. Now, something that I never realized as a kid and find very interesting is Marty wasn't the original voice of Courage.
No.
In the Chicken from Outer Space short, he's voiced by Howard Huffman. So Marty, how did you end up getting cast in the series, and did Howard's performance impact your performance in any way?
Courage in that, forget about like lines, there were barely sounds coming out of Courage. There weren't a lot of sounds at all coming out of him. They were like, like there were things. But if you watch that film, not only not words, but not really that many sounds. So at the end of the film, there was 0 lines. And then you hear Howard Huffman go,
"This shouldn't happen to a dog,"
in that deep kind of thing. And it was a little like Jackie Mason, like, So I think in his mind at that early incarnation of it, Dilworth had a thought that he would be somehow this neurotic Jewish guy somehow. So, what happened is that I got a call from a friend of mine who actually I had fallen out of touch with, Risa Neuwirth. She called me. I had not spoken to her in almost 5 years, and she had called me and said that I thought of you because I think she saw my name in a newspaper at one point, because I was doing sketch comedy in the city. I think this is how it went down. And I was doing sketch comedy with a partner. And so she saw that I'm still in the business, and like right away it kicked in, and we hadn't spoken in maybe 5 or 6 years. And she said, Marty, I thought of you, I'm working for this guy, John Dilworth, who's creating this new animated series called Courage the Cowardly Dog. And he is looking for the voice of the lead character, Courage. And he's listened to what appears to be every voiceover artist in the city and still could not make a decision. So at this point, I'm opening it up to what I can think of, thinking out of the box. And they reached out to me, and I had not done really voiceover work to speak of. So she called me up, and she basically described what the character is. I mean, I didn't really think about it because I didn't know what he wanted. Neither did she, by the way. She couldn't even give me a hint as to how I should do it, because she no longer understood what he wanted. And may I add, probably he himself did not know what he wanted. And sure enough, I went into the event. I went into the thing, and ironically speaking, it's interesting. And actors, I was talking about the actor's ego. I was kind of walking into this, potentially very exciting thing, right? Lead character audition for a cartoon series, for Cartoon Network. Brought in by somebody from the inside who brought me in special. So she talked me up. So I got a wonderful, intro, so to speak. I had nothing to lose. And I felt strangely in a powerful position. It was like right away, I hit it off with John. We were joking around, and I was kind of doing like this. What do I do? What do I do? I'll save you, Muriel. And I was doing all that stuff. I just started doing it. I didn't think about it. I just started doing it. And he was laughing from it. And I'm thinking John was laughing, and I was thinking, something's going on here. There was like a level of excitement, kind of. that I could see in front of me. So I kept doing it. So John said, okay, can you do this stuff? Said, it sounds a little like Jackie Mason. He actually said that. Can you put it, like raise the timbre of it, the tone of it high, and so I went up here. What'll I do? What'll I do? And that's when he said, that's it. That's it. I think we got it. Do a few more. And I did a few more things. And he was like, oh, this is great. And he liked my eyebrows. John actually said that my eyebrows he was already leaning in the direction of me, but he looked at my eyebrows and he felt that they were a sign because it was like Courage's eyebrows. All right, as far as I'm concerned, he said, I think you're in. I have to run this by by the network, but hopefully they'll go with me. And so that's how it happened. Kind of a cool story, right?
Yeah, that very much is. And what I find so interesting is, you're right, the one line he does as Jackie Mason in the short really just informed who Courage was going to be. Of course, he's a cowardly dog, so the screaming and yammering makes sense. But having him be a neurotic New Yorker really is an odd choice, but it works. It really makes Courage stick out because Eustace and Muriel are really subdued characters for the most part. And meanwhile, Courage is just like a high-tension ball of pure energy, basically, which really works perfectly with Eustace and Muriel more often than not, never realizing the danger they're in and only Courage knowing it.
Yeah, it's great. It's all different. Yeah, it's great, actually, right?
Now, getting back to your vocals, a lot of the screaming and yammering, for lack of a better word, is interchangeable. So did you record new screams and yammering every time, or was there a early on recording session where you recorded a ton of them and they built an archive from it?
Once in a while, they would say we got it in the library, once in a while. But they would have me do it every time. And I'm glad they did, actually. Because I wanted to, I feel like, because they always felt that maybe I would come up with something. And sometimes the scream itself would have a crack somewhere in the middle of it that would be just different. It wasn't all so that it would be fresh. And yes, they did. They didn't make me do every single scream, but every single time I did record, I screamed at least once. And I never didn't scream in a recording session. Always I did. The same thing with the babbling, because you never know. And also sometimes with the babbling, it would include actual occasional words within the babble that would pop up, or specific sound like or whatever it might be would come as he's trying to explain, and then all these little visual images would come up as I was doing that. So they would need that to be very kind of specific. And so, yeah, it was pretty much every time.
So we have the crew assembled and a fast approaching premiere date, so it's time to get to work. Now, while there were plenty of guest writers, and we'll get into that, when you check out the credits of this show, it's amazing how tight-knit the group was and how short of a list of the usual suspects there are. For instance, John, you directed every single episode of the show and wrote 6 episodes, 2 of which are the only 2-parters in the entire series. That's borderline unheard of for a creator to be that involved in the day-to-day operations in every single episode of their own show. So John, what was the reason behind this, and how did you feel working that closely on all of them? And do you think that really impacted the way the show felt?
It was exciting. That's why I did it. And also I have a very particular production methodology, and that is I have to bless every department with my involvement. And it's because I can do all of the departments. Oh, the music I can't do. Sound effects I can't do. but I have such a great ear and I know exactly what I want. The premises for every story, a large majority were written by me. Because if the premise wasn't there, I wasn't interested in doing the story. And I had a writers' meeting workshop that was modeled after Termite Terrace from Warner Brothers. We had all these writers with David Cohen being our head writer. And we had just funny people and people that were in different mediums of writing. Let's say one was a playwright, for instance. So we would have structure and characterization and somebody that could tell us if we were off. And I had a unique way of working. I would sit there with everyone and we would beat out this premise. And then that premise would go off for a draft, a treatment. And then I would get that treatment and I would edit that. And then I'd send that back to David. And then we would meet again and develop that treatment into a script. And then David would write the script, or whoever was writing at the time. We had other guest writers. And that script would go to me and I would start editing and rewriting here and there. And I would actually do designs for the design department and even animation poses on the script. And one of the things I most wish I had preserved were those original Dilworth doodled edited scripts with the little drawings on them. Wow. Anyway, so it was just like that. I got involved in everything. I'm a filmmaker. I'm not in TV. I'm still making films. And as a filmmaker, I see the whole thing. I know I know what I want.
And I think that's what makes Courage one of the most unique shows on TV at the time. And I don't even mean just Cartoon Network or kid shows. I mean just shows in general.
Well, I don't want to come across as some megalomaniac. We had amazing talents. And I like to think that this talent, this level of competency was only improved by their trust in the director, in the director's vision. It wasn't like I was closed. I was completely open. Anybody's ideas can come and go, but if something was a good idea, I didn't deny it. I used it. And among our team that was especially valuable to me was the multi-hyphenated, talented William Hohauser, who, I like to joke, we used to joke that he was my Abai Works if I played the role of Walt Disney. It's just this amazing talent that, we've collaborated for over 30 years, I think 35 years, and we're working on our new film right now. So yeah, it's all these great people, and they, I chose well.
You sure did, and one of your wisest choices was picking David. When I started this, I was planning on doing a joke in the intro, like, oh, David wrote a couple episodes here and there, nothing major, because ha ha ha, he's the head writer. Of course he wrote a ton. But when I say he wrote a ton, he really did. It took me forever to list out how many episodes he wrote. David was a writing machine, having penned 44 of the 102 segments of the series. Nearly half of the show was written by him. Much like John's contribution on the directing side, that's insane. You don't hear about that too often. So David, what was it like being the head writer, and what was it like writing that many episodes?
Well, yeah, as head writer, I directed the writing, and I did some. I like to do as little rewriting as possible. I want the writers to, really get to know the show, which is hard to do when they're not like a staff; they're a revolving door of freelancers. But in order to meet our production schedule in our accelerated second season. We doubled episodes, and if I wrote an episode myself, it took less time to get it through the pipeline than if someone else was writing it. It took up less of my time, So I had to write a lot of episodes myself for a while. But yeah, I wrote about half of them. I certainly had my hand in most of the others. I mean, certainly, and there were very few. It was one or two at the beginning that I wasn't there for, or that involved in, and then a couple that John kind of owned entirely, and it's like, certainly have your vision, and if I had any thoughts, I would offer them. But other than that, yeah, I was, my fingerprints are all over the show, and its fingerprints, its paw prints are all over me.
So we're in the writer's room. What's typically the first step to creating an episode?
We had three people besides myself and John at the writer's table. Irv Bauer, William Hohauser, and Michelle Dilworth, John's sister, were at the table as, as writers, or like William is really great with gags, so they had different things to offer. And then we would bring in the freelancer of the week and hammer out a story. And because of production exigencies and all of that, I really didn't. I wanted to have a solid sense of the story before the writer left the room to go and write, an outline. So you don't want surprises down the line from that. But Irv wrote many episodes, and William, I'm not sure if he was credited as a writer on any episodes, but he's contributed to the writing and is probably listed as such on the show. And it was wonderful watching Michelle, John's sister, really kind of develop. And I remember when she wrote her first script, and she only wrote a couple, but it was really good. And it just made me feel so good, because I don't think she'd had that experience before of writing a full script on her own. So I was kind of given these people as sort of consultants, and they were John's hires. And then I, as has been the case often in my career, I'm brought into a room of people and say, okay, you're in charge of this part of the show, win everyone's trust and make it work. So with Courage, it was easy because it was such a solid concept from the beginning, such a brilliant idea. And John's conception of these three characters in the middle of literally nowhere, visited by and one of them is a lightning rod for evil, and she can't even perceive evil, and Courage, it was a gem. And sweet little Courage has to protect her and live up to his name, and the farmer. I mean, we all know Eustace. It was a gold mine of character generated stories. It wasn't just about the guest monster of the week. It was what will challenge our characters, what will challenge Courage the most, and what are his fears. It was interesting because we had several freelancers who wrote several episodes, and the show sort of takes on its voice as episodes get written, and I'm hearing things and John's hearing things, and I could sort of hear within the first few episodes as I found certain rhythms for the characters, both in terms of their actions and their desires and their voices.
Now, one of the most recognizable elements of the show is the soundtrack, and it hands down is one of my favorites of all time. And I think it's very underrated and is quite possibly one of the best soundtracks to any TV show ever. So John, what was the process like in creating what your vision for the soundtrack would be?
Well, immediately I wanted the cartoon to sound like cinema. So every cartoon we scored it like as though it were a feature film. And Jody Gray and Andy Ezrin this is exactly their style. We were very lucky. But the original short was composed by Steven Saltzman in LA. And I was still after the same theatrical vibe.
Well, you for sure got that feeling with Andy and Jody. Now, Jody, I have to say, rewatching the series, I am blown away at the complexity and uniqueness behind every piece of music you guys wrote for this show. From this era of kids' entertainment, you mostly see people gushing over the Spielberg-produced shows like Animaniacs or Tiny Toons. And don't get me wrong, we absolutely should, because those also contain some of the greatest pieces of music. But when you look pound for pound, everything Jody and Andy did in here, it's truly breathtaking. To start with, you had a series of recurring themes that we'd hear basically every episode. You had the, establishing shots of the farm, the music for the main trio, the bongos theme when Courage would be running, and of course, the opening and closing credits music. Now, these are all classics, of course, but what I want to focus in on is the villain themes, themes for new characters that were one-offs, the locales, etc. A lot of shows would have been a little lazier and not put as much effort into something we were going to hear only one time. But that's not the case with you guys. Every guest villain, friend, and location was given its own iconic theme that are so well crafted and so recognizable that a lot of fans can know who it's for without seeing an image of the character.
Totally get it, yeah.
Really, the only other show that I can think of from that time period that had that iconic of themes to its villains and side characters that you could do that with was Batman the Animated Series.
Thank you very much for those accolades, because, we really were encouraged by John to do something that was completely out of the box. It's very much animation music, but he wanted us to score it like it was cinema, like a show like Here's My Jalost t-shirt, like Jalost. I mean, that's like cinematic. I mean, it was like on a smaller scale, but it wasn't normally, at least for us, we didn't think of it as cartoon music at all. We just thought, like, what can we do here that's really out and weird and strange, but yet tells the story? It was really, John just kind of gave us a really long leash, and we just ran with it.
Well, it shows, and I know for one, I'm not the only one who would want to see the show's soundtrack released on vinyl, kind of like what Nickelodeon did for Hey Arnold, The Adventures of Pete and Pete, and what Disney's done for a lot of its own movies.
We're kind of working on that right now to see if we can do a 25th anniversary, like little box, like a 2 CD set with like a purple vinyl with black polka dots or something, something that's very Courage-esque. It's not a secret, but yet the ink isn't dry yet. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, but we will certainly let so let everyone. I have a list of people who have been asking for Courage music for like the last 15 years. Just so I have a separate email folder of all those folks.
I think that really just speaks to the quality of the music, that we want to experience it solely on its own merits as just a piece of music. The amount of effort and skill that went into this is just mind-boggling. Not just the themes, but the songs the characters sing, the stuff you hear on the radio, the jingles on the TV, etc. It's all really impressive and all so well crafted.
And it took forever, because you're right. Every single show had original themes. There's like 5,000 pieces of music or something ridiculous.
Wow, that's both hard to believe and also not hard to believe. But I guess it really just goes to show, again, the quality that you guys put into this. If this hypothetical soundtrack ever comes out, I really pity the person who has to try and figure out what needs to be left off, because you're going to tick a lot of people off no matter what's excluded.
Volume 1 and Volume 2, of course.
Exactly. We're doubling the profits right out of the gate. This is perfect. Now, this segues into my next question. There's obviously all the iconic themes that we've discussed, but what I want to focus on next is the diegetic songs that we either hear characters playing or singing or listening to in the show. Two of the ones I like the most are Doc Gerbil's supposedly ear-grating It's a Small World-esque song.
It's Doc Gerbil's world. It's Doc Gerbil's world.
And The Man in Gauze, which was one of King Ramses' curse. Again, supposedly ear-grating, but I really liked it.
Make it stop!
Now, given the fact that these songs play a large role in the episode's plots, how involved were the writers and John on them? Were they kind of just script notes saying, insert It's a Small World-esque song here, or were they directly involved in writing them?
On that one, actually, so John came in when we were scoring that, and he said, let's do like a really bizarre version of It's a Small World. So that's Andy, John, and I singing It's Dr. Mo's World forever on that. But we played this stupid accordion and tuba stuff over and over and over again with the same line. So that obviously it's really grating, but that's Andy, John, and I. We wrote that together in the room and just did it. The other stuff, Ramses. So Andy and I kind of sat down at 1 o'clock in the morning and said, what would be like the worst imaginable music that would kill us? Like, again, like really terrible 70s disco. What can we come up with? And hence, that's the King Ramses, the man in gauze, it was just ridiculous. He's no Santa Claus, it was just what we could come up with that would be really silly. And that was one of the most creative parts of that, simply because the other sort of bits of pestilence were more or less, there was the crickets, the locusts rather, and all that stuff. Those are like normal things, but that was something that we could really dig our teeth into. And it's so funny because so many people rip that off of the show and they're using it as ringtones. So like their phones are just the man in gauze. It's really funny.
Now, continuing with the creativity Jody was mentioning, a lot of the themes would have a logically appropriate springboard stemming off of what the audience would expect from a character or location. So a theme like Ramses would be logical to have an Egyptian flair to it.
Return the slab. What? This night you will be visited by 3 plagues, each worse than the last. Return the slab.
Or in The Hunchback, have bells prominently throughout. And then anything sci-fi related, given the show's 1950s B-movie aesthetic, you could really lean into the theremin music.
Yes, exactly.
Even characters that are pretty unique, like the Clutching Foot, the fact that he's a gangster kind of informs where the music goes.
We're gonna pull a heist, see? Yeah, a heist. It's Sunday and the banks are closed, so we knock over a bank, see?
Now, these are all obviously great, but what I want to focus in on now is themes for characters or locations where the audience wouldn't have a preconceived notion or line of logic that they could expect in the score. Like, for instance, what do Raccoon Bandits get? What's Bigfoot's score like? So, Jody, overall, what was the process like in these cases?
It's a good question, really good question. So specifically, actually, the thing that you're talking about, the show with the raccoons, Muriel and Eustace are out in the woods, and there are these kind of mischievous or downright evil, raccoons that are wreaking havoc on the campsite. It started out with this kind of beautiful morning scene where the sun's coming up and stuff. So we kind of went to the part in the very famous classical piece by Grieg, The Hall of the Mountain King. And so we started off with that. And then we kind of, went off in different directions. But that was something that wasn't necessarily specific to those characters. It was more like the ambiance of the whole thing, being in the outdoors and all that kind of stuff. And we just used some really dark kind of thematic stuff, stabs or dark, weird sounding stuff.
Big deal.
But it wasn't really thematic in the same way that something like, Jolist is or something melodic. It wasn't necessarily melodic.
This is no time for a nap.
So all of those things we would try to like put in something that would be, obvious. Like there's a Nutcrackers one where he actually did this weird version of the Nutcracker Suite from Tchaikovsky. We took the classical stuff, which also John was a huge fan of because he's such a giant fan of Warner Brothers cartoons. And they used to use like a lot of classical music in that. So we would take the classical music and, put it on its ass. We do different things with it, use different orchestrations. And so we were always kind of like, what can we do that's different here? And if it wasn't driven by the villain, or the villain wasn't strong enough, like you had mentioned the Hunchback thing. Okay, Hunchback wasn't a villain. Hunchback was just misunderstood. And so because of Quasimodo and the Hunchback of Notre Dame and stuff, we put the bells in. We just thought, oh, that'll work. And because he was playing bells already, so sometimes it was like baked into there, into the sequence. It was like, oh, okay, I see. This will work. And let's try this. And sometimes we tried a lot of stuff that didn't work before we landed on something that did.
As an adult rewatching the show, I really enjoyed the mixed media that we got to see in this series, something you really didn't get to see back in the 90s.
Anything worth its value is worth fighting for.
You would think this would not work whatsoever and create a very disjointed show, but it works here. I think the reason why it works is because Courage is an otherworldly show to begin with. You're dealing with aliens, ghosts, monsters, and just a lot of weird things. So them looking weird, or the world around it that Courage is reacting to, looking off from the usual world we're seeing in 2D cartoons, really informs and builds upon the character of the show. And I don't think you can mistake it for any other series.
Nice thing was John wanted like style changes. He didn't want it to look the same all the time. He really was into all different style changes on the show. So I actually got to animate a couple of things. A lot of the TV commercials are mine. I made them, with cutouts or whatever.
And there's nothing good on television either.
And if you want help, try new Billy Drops for that aching, itchy feeling.
A lot of it's John. A lot of the show's John. A lot of that darkness and that that undercurrent that's in a lot of the episodes, it really came from John. I don't think the rest of the writers of the crew were really going to go in that direction. I certainly wouldn't, or I certainly wouldn't do it in the way John wanted it. So, people who like the show for that have to thank John. People who like the show because the farmer fell down the stairs at some point can thank me.
Eustace falling down the stairs actually was one of my favorite elements of this show, so thank you.
I do too. He should fall down the stairs a lot, often. There should be a whole episode where it's just an endless staircase in an Escher house where it goes up and then down and this way. It's just the farmer falling. I would watch that for about, not 10 minutes, 9.
I know you're partially joking, but that actually would have been a very good gag. Like 30 seconds into the episode, Eustace falls down the stairs. And just for the rest of the episode, as Courage and Muriel are doing their thing, you just see him falling in the background or the foreground. And in the final 30 seconds of the show, he stops. And then maybe a piano falls on him for good measure.
Yeah, he's just still falling. And that's his fate for the entire episode, for the entire 10 minutes. That's his fate. We could have gone there at some point.
Oh, I always liked it as a kid, but rewatching it as an adult, Seeing Eustace being constantly punished or injured, whether he currently deserves it or not, are some of the best gags in the show. Now, I don't know if you came up with it or someone else came up with it, but I think my all-time favorite joke from the series comes from the episode Family Business. The group is at Mount Rushmore, and Courage and Muriel are discussing something with a character while Eustace is off camera, and then this happens.
Uncle Twinkle Toes, you're out too?
The giant squirrel's not the villain of the episode. That's the only time he's in it. There's no other giant squirrels. It just completely comes out of left field and is so funny because none of the characters address it.
Well, there's a thing about the show now. I have to say, from inexperience, I mean, I worked on other animation projects after the show. Nothing that really made it to the air. A lot of pilots, but from the other shows I worked on, I could say that the imagination that we had the freedom to do on this show was not typical. As I said, there may be other shows where, yeah, you could throw in a gag at almost the last minute and then gets animated, because that's a big process, having it actually animated and ready. But we had a lot of freedom. So, our whole process of writing an episode would be like, okay, we all came into the boardroom or the conference room, whatever you wanted to call it, big table room with chairs. That was the room we went in. And it would be like, okay, what are we doing today? And okay, today we're writing a story, and John would say, oh, I want something, about, I was thinking Bigfoot, so like the Bigfoot episode we had. And okay, and anything else? And he might have something else that he was thinking about, or we would just start, all of us in the room would just start throwing stuff in and hammering an outline and coming up with some basic funny stuff or plot points. And this room, almost every episode, I can't say all of them, but 95%. Would be John, David Cohen, who was like sort of an anchor, he's sort of like the scripting anchor of the show. He had the most experience. I mean, he'd been working on sitcoms and other animated things for years. And, he really kept the thing there. And then there would be Irv Bauer, who's passed away at this point. And he sort of came out of this more of a dramatic theatrical school. I mean, he worked on some films, but most of his stuff were plays. So he actually came from a very odd background, but John wanted him for that. It wasn't like, oh, we're all talking the same language. You get that on a lot of network stuff where you look at it, you realize everyone's talking the same language who's working on it. And it's very rote, or maybe some people like rote, but it's very, what I'm saying? Just very rote. It's like, okay, someone's going to say this, someone's got to respond. Oh, that idiot, who likes him? And then the door opens, it's the idiot. Ha ha ha, very rote stuff. Then there was, so it was John, David, Irv, and then the hired writer for the episode, a lot of, experienced industry people who more or less basically worked on not preschool, but, younger stuff. And we were sort of aiming higher, but they were brought in. Network basically wanted these people in. Okay, fine, good. And they're mostly friends with David. And so he knew all of them. And then there was me, it's this sort of like, what's this guy at the end of the table? What's he doing here? And we would just hammer a show together in rough, come up with a little bit of the dialogue, not too much. But the plot points would all be there. And then it would go to the writer of the episode. Sometimes it was David. Once in a while it was Irv. Never me. I wasn't allowed because I didn't have I wasn't Writers Guild, and I still not, because I worked on a cartoon and the Writers Guild says, if you work on a cartoon, you're not a writer. So I'm not a writer. So there you go. It's revealed.
You're a writer in my heart.
Thank you so much. In reality, I am a writer, but by the bureaucracy, I am not. I am whatever, I'm the gaffer, the key grip, whatever. So the point is, so anyway, it would go to the writer of the episode, and then they would come back with a script, and we would go over the script and make, just go over it, see that, it's something that could go to the storyboard artist. And at that point, we would throw in gags. Sometimes it's like, oh yeah, this section here, page 6, boring. It's just like, yeah, move the plot along. No, move the plot along and throw something funny in if we can. And so, we would write in little things that would go to the story. And sometimes we put in notes for the storyboard artist, but that would go to the storyboard artist. And sometimes it was someone in-house, but frequently it was like farmed out by network decree. So, it would go to these people who had no connection to us. And, that was a problem, but it gave us a storyboard to work on. So like one of the storyboard places was this storyboard farm. I don't know how to call it, in Spain. And I'm sure they were budget, and they came in very much, cheap, but everything would come back looking like it was an Asterix cartoon animation, or sort of Smurfy too, a little Smurfy. And everything would look like, it's like, wait a minute, what is this? Everything's wrong. We have to redraw the panels that look like it was a Smurf cartoon. I mean, that was like the way that poses and stuff like that would be not poses from our character sheets. It would be poses from the Smurfs. And we would have to fix that. But we would get the storyboards back, and we would put them on the camera and then lay them on the vocal track, which had been done already. We had the vocal track ready, and we would see if it was working. We would see if it was even 10 minutes. We would see if it was 14 minutes. It's like, okay, we got to do something here. And then as it's playing with the vocal track and, the drawings popping up, am I assuming something that your viewers know what a storyboard looks like when it's made into an animatic, or am I jumping the gun here?
Even though the show is called Second Rate Film School and that implies shoddiness, I like to think that my audience has a high caliber knowledge of TV and film industry terms. Just in case you're not, though, a storyboard is a rough image that allows the director, writer, or in this case also animators, see what the story is going to look like and kind of get an idea if it's going to work or not. An animatic just takes those storyboards and lays over an audio track on it, kind of making a live action comic book, much like the ones I have up on my channel. But again, I assume they know that, so how dare you insult my audience?
Audience, I bow to your smartness. There we go. Anyway, we'd run it, and then we would see, we're like, okay, this isn't so funny, or, maybe we need to add something here. Or we would see a joke that wasn't clear. That was the thing. It was like sometimes the joke was not clear until you actually had it moving. Animatics aren't moving per se, but they were just shot, extreme, things like that. And we would sit there and draw new drawings and, adjust the animatic and throw in new gags sometimes. So before I said the farmer falling down the stairs, I know when I saw that, I said, when that scene it was like he scared Courage with a mask or something. And it was like, and then it just ended. And I was like, no, something's got to cap this. He's got to fall down the stairs to the basement. And I was like, okay, we drew it. And we put it in, and I found the Lionel going, ow, ooh, from somewheres. And that was it. That ended up, I guess it ended up in the show. I don't remember. Maybe John cut it out. How dare he do that? That guy's an idiot. But that's how it worked. So it was very fluid. Even sometimes when John would get the masters back, he would re-edit the shows a little, or add a sound effect, or, do something. So Courage was like, it wasn't like, okay, we have the story meeting, writer, storyboard artist, everything is finished at that point. It would be very open to suggestions. So we were sitting in my edit room doing the animatics, and everyone had like something to draw on. We had little paper of little, screens printed on paper. And be like, I was, the first year it was Joe Maidenberg, I believe, and Rain Wu. And then the second year they left, and it was for the rest of the seasons, it was Dan O'Connor and Jim Mitchell who were sitting there, and we would just draw and stick stuff. And John was there for the first 2 years basically, and then the third season and the fourth season, there was only 4 seasons, even though they released it as 5. Okay, it was really 4. That's another story. We would sit there just fixing and adding, and at one point there, the snowman episode, I remember the storyboard came in, and a disco ball comes down and lights started, and I don't remember exactly what the original was, but Dan said, "Oh no, I'm gonna have to do something," and he drew this thing where the snowman picks up his snow like it was the dress or something, and you see little twigs. He's got twig feet, and he starts dancing around to the disco music. He just came up with it. We put it in, and John calls up and goes, "That was incredible." That was the best thing I've ever seen. That's how we worked.
It's a great gag, and rewatching the series as a whole, I forgot how absurdly comedic this show was. We'll get into it later in the retrospective, but I think the scary nature of the show overshadows a lot of other elements of the series, in this case, the comedic gold. I think some of my favorite gags are Courage's reactions to what he's seeing. Just the insane amount of things that could happen to him or with him is just insanely funny.
Oh, we wrote most of those, by the way. Those reaction takes. I mean, John made the template. I mean, it was those reaction takes, which are Tex Avery. But after a while, it was like we would just write in the script, Courage reacts, and we would wait until the animatic session to figure out what was appropriate or whatever just came into our heads. I actually have a pile of unused takes somewhere. I don't know where they are, that we just never got around to. I had them hanging on my wall. It's like, Courage sees something that's dumbfounding. Well, what happens? Well, a meteor lands on him, and there's just a rock there in the ground. You don't see him anymore. That was fun. That we had a good time. What is it? Oh, his eyes fall out of his head, roll across the room, and then he picks them up and puts them back in, and then takes again. Because he sees it again. We made those up on the spot usually. Those are fun to make. I had a good time.
Now, an interesting aspect of the show that I didn't realize until rewatching is how quickly the characterizations of Courage, Muriel, and Eustace formed. In episode 3, which contains David's first episode, Hothead, we see the full formation of Eustace as a character. Prior to this, in the first 2 episodes and the short, Eustace was antagonistic towards Courage, but there was a very clear line drawn between a jerk who we can laugh at getting punishment and the actual villain of the episode. In Hothead, as well as the other segment of episode 3, Courage Meets Bigfoot, Eustace is now the full-on antagonist. In Hothead, his rage becomes literally explosive as he nearly kills Muriel and Courage over his vanity. The other segment within this episode, Courage Meets Bigfoot, introduces Eustace's greed. In this episode, we meet a benevolent Bigfoot, and now Eustace is attempting to capture him so he can make a bunch of money selling him to the media.
Bigfoot, come on out!
Both segments now end with a richly deserved punishment for Eustace. In the case of the Bigfoot episode, he's chased away by an angry mob. And in Hothead, we get his first death in the series.
Thank you for noticing that. And it's a very important point. Story comes from character. And often I find that what I bring to the party when I'm brought in to sort of, help the writing move forward in whatever capacity that is, the more the character's actions are responsible for the trouble the character's in, the better the story becomes immediately. It is common to sort of approach a story from the outside in, so say, well, what kind of monster could come and terror? But I'd rather ask myself, well, what is Courage's worst fear? well, be losing Muriel. Okay, well, that's at the center of the show, but Eustace is such a bastard. He's constantly doing things that deserve punishment. So let's make that central to, his greed, return the slab. His greed is what causes that to happen. And Muriel is just an innocent in the middle of it, but that doesn't mean her actions can't cause the problem. And that's even funnier to me, because she isn't aware that the dog food she made is what got them all into trouble, But when you're trying to undo your deeds or those of someone you're helping, it's much better than just trying to solve the problem. But I think that's a very apt observation on your part.
Now, the most notable evolution comes from Courage himself. In the first few episodes, he talks a lot. Like, there's a ton of dialogue from Courage.
Oh no, gangsters! Muriel, get away! I just know something bad is going to happen, but I don't want to sleep in the attic. I'm telling you, there's someone here, or my name's Shirley. And it's not. It may be a good night for you. You'll be in a warm bed. Birds. I don't like birds. They always make fun of me. Here I come, Muriel. I hope. Are you kidding? This thing is dangerous. How do you talk to an evil shadow? Oh, I've got to stop that fox. Those rocks will stop him. What do I do? What do I do? This is crazy. I saw a burglar. I did. Hold on, Muriel. I'm coming. Now that's what I call scary. Know what I mean?
But as the episodes progressed, his dialogue was cut back dramatically, and for the remainder of the series, Courage is mostly silent, just acting out in pantomime and screaming and yammering, of course. So John, what was the genesis behind this decision, and how did it impact Marty's voiceover sessions?
Well, it was decided early on by the executive team and myself. I agreed that maybe it was better that Courage didn't talk. And instead we just used the babble and odd phrases here and there. But in terms of the recording, yeah, we had Marty come in and do all his babbling. But what William and I did especially was kind of recycle Marty's first season babbles, because we found that those were the best of all the 4 seasons, and we created sounds. It's just a natural way of recording and cutting. I'm not, maybe not everybody does this, but we're New Yorkers, we're independent filmmakers. We just make it up, right? It's like Lionel Wilson. When he passed away, we continued to use Lionel's lines throughout, to give it body, because we had Arthur, who was great, but Arthur's not Lionel, right?
Now, while I don't think the show was hurt in the slightest by having Courage's lines cut dramatically, and in fact, you can argue that Courage now talking less makes him more of a surrogate for the audience than he previously was, I do have to ask, Marty, what was your recollection of these events, and how did you feel about it as an actor?
So they loved, they were loving what I was doing with it. John had fallen in love with me and chose me over 300 other much more experienced voiceover artists because he liked the quality of my voice. He just felt I had something that just seemed to make sense for Courage. So anyway, that being said, they told me that they're going to cut back on the vocals for Courage, right? And I was like, oh, as an actor, my ego was, not terribly happy, right? But I mean, and I was curious as to why. They said it had nothing to do with you, really. It had to do with basically some of the writing was, in a sense, by having him go, what'll I do? What'll I do? Or I'll save you, Muriel. Instead, he's just going to save Muriel. And that the things that people loved most were the screams. He liked, they love that. That's what they laughed most from. So they put it in front of what do they call? They said they gave it to these focus groups. Yes, and they didn't ask them if they thought Courage shouldn't talk. They just noticed that they were laughing more and responding more to some of those more action-oriented things that I'd be doing, right? And so they made a leap which said, well, let's just cut back because it slows things down. It's slowing things down. It's not that Marty's performance is a problem. It's just that the idea that there's so much going on that let's just cut back on that. And so it just be more streamlined. The irony of this is that I go to these conventions. I do a lot of conventions, right? And every convention, people are asking me to quote quotes of Courage, the things I do for love. I'll save you, Muriel, or I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. Things like that, right? They're all asking me for the words. These are the fans. These are the people that watch the goddamn show, may I say. So, and that actually love the show and continue to love it. The real diehard people, right? Someone like yourself, perhaps. So let me ask you a question. What do you think about the words?
They were the worst part of the show. No, I kid. Truthfully, I don't recall there being that sharp of a drop off in his lines. Clearly there was, but I chalk it up to watching the show a lot in reruns and syndication that those early season 1 episodes were sprinkled a lot in through the other ones.
Right.
So to me, it just seemed like there were episodes where Courage talked and episodes where he didn't, probably in equal measures, even though that was not the case at all. Like you said, I remember all the lines like, I'll save you, Muriel, and the things I do for love, and my personal favorite running gag, if blank is X, then my name is...
And it's not, yeah.
Being a lot more prominent than they actually were. So yeah, I think just childhood me didn't actually notice the drop in lines that dramatically due to the reruns. I love all those lines, and they are a core memory for me, but I do see the inclination to cut the lines out. Those early episodes are quite wordy, and for the most part, Courage is just talking to himself, aka the audience, so it's not really needed to progress the plot, and as we saw later on, his pantomime and screaming told the story just as well. It also just makes sense why no one listens to him. Previously, he's talking, but for some reason they're ignoring him. Now he's babbling and they don't understand him, so that makes the danger even more heightened. That being said, I think they cut the dialogue down more than they needed to. So instead of 90% less, maybe cut it down by 50%.
Yes.
That allows him to have his reoccurring jokes, and in slower episodes, he can talk to some of the side characters, like the Hunchback, for instance.
Exactly. So, but it doesn't matter because I'll tell you really honestly, it's not as if people who came in on season 2 loved Courage any the less. When they walked in on season 2 and never saw season 1, they were still enjoying the shit out of him. And whatever I was doing, I definitely did. I felt, to be honest with you, Andrew, I felt it was more of a challenge for me to keep the character, it wasn't, it still was very distinctive. And in its own way, it forced me to have to communicate without being too, overkill on the, precious about this. I was able to communicate without words and but just with sounds. And I think that's kind of a cool thing anyway. It was just the ego of me, but I think it also was that, and my ego. So who cares about my ego? At the bottom, and it wasn't personal. When I was doing a bad job. But actors have ridiculous egos. I try not to fancy myself someone who's not so much that. But back then, it was my first cartoon, and this is, I was very excited to be a part of it, and so I was like, oh shit. They're cutting back on the words. It was a little tough for me to deal with, but I got through it. And then I got excited. I go, Marty, you're getting paid to do this character. I had no idea that it would be this successful, by the way, or that so many people would love it and would look back upon it with a lot of emotions and stuff. So that's very, very cool for me to realize that,
So, Marty, now that you didn't have any specific lines, just screaming, yammering, and the occasional specific sound effect Courage would have to make, what was John's direction like? Was it a specific, you need to scream or yammer like this? Or did the script just say, Courage reacts, Courage screams, and they let you do whatever you wanted?
I'm going to go back to you. What do you think? I'm going to answer you, but I'm just curious. What would you suspect based on what you saw?
I kind of assume it was a hybrid of the two, where he would in detail tell you what the monster looked like, the type of injuries Kurt sustained, what he saw, etc., the type of reaction he wanted, and then they would let you go from there.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, the very thing that, to his credit, he took a shot with me. He didn't know if I would how did he know I would hold up down the line? Probably maybe a suspicion from my audition that I was talented and energetic, and he probably had a suspicion, but he could have gone with proven voice actors that were proven to have done this sort of thing, and he didn't go for them because he went with thinking out of the box a little bit. That's what I think was kind of cool. So essentially, it's, what is the old expression? When the student is ready, the teacher will come. Whatever it is, the point is, John needed me to, help him, realize this. Yes, he knew he had it in his mind, and he can only explain it so much because he can't have me be in his mind. But what he did was, mostly John did not direct me most of the time. Once here and there, he would direct me. He'd be in the booth and directing me, but most of the time, about 75-80% of the time, I was being directed by Peter Fernandez, who was the vocal director of the show, and he was the main guy. And John and him met and had numerous discussions of the kinds of things he was looking for. But even Peter was like, what do you got, Marty? Sometimes it would be like, what do you got? And, mostly they were happy with it. They were pleased. And John was, tickled, and everybody was tickled about it. But ultimately it was like, really, it truly was, once it was established and they liked it, then it was smart enough to know that pretty much this is what it is. And then they now know, okay, when he's they knew, they didn't need to work on that. That was already, Marty had it at will. He could do that. So we'll just say, yeah, give me some of that Courage babble. And I knew what it means, or how long. Make it a little longer. Good. That's great. I think we got, then it was just really, sometimes these things would go really fast because it was like, there's a lot to do. You want to get this stuff recorded, because the real hard part of the animation animation stuff is, has to be done,
Now, jumping off this point, Jody, there are now large chunks of the episode where Courage has no lines, so your music has to do a little bit more of the heavy lifting here, almost acting like the score for a silent cartoon. But on the flip side, there are lots of scenes of talking with other characters, so then you have to score it like a normal cartoon. You basically had to create a silent cartoon score and a sound cartoon score and make them work together. So what was the process now writing a score like this when you never originally intended to?
That's a good question. I think there was, as far as Courage no longer speaking, or when it just became a montage, there was just more room. So we just filled it up. It wasn't like a conscious effort on our part. It was just like, oh, this needs something here. And I would say 9 out of 10 times, John liked all that stuff. And then one time he'd say, oh, there's too much music here. And also, one of the other things is Michael Geisler, who was the sound designer and did all the sound effects on the show. I mixed all that stuff with John. So we all sat in the room together and we made decisions as far as what was more effective. Was the music needed here? Or just the sound design or sound effects, or should they be together? So it was like, if it became too cluttered, we removed stuff. So it was like, we scored the thing and that was the first pass, but the final mix of the whole thing, where we put the whole show together, that was when we made those final decisions. So sometimes like we overdid it because we didn't know what John was going to want to take out.
Your line of the music being a little cluttered at times and having to cut some of it back just reminds me of that scene in Amadeus where the emperor says,
"Your work is ingenious. It's quality work. And there are simply too many notes. That's all. Just cut a few and it'll be perfect."
Yeah, which notes, sire? You know, yeah. But this is more like clutter. Like if something was on top of each other and it was sort of like one felt stronger than the other, the stronger would stay. The sound design might go, you know. In the case of one scene where we took all the sounds out, which you know, was in Doc Gerbil, the chase scene, like all of the sound was removed, with the exception of the dialogue. And we wrote a choir piece for that chase scene. You know, and it's like, whoa, all, you know, tons of fans have written about that forever. Like, what the hell is that all about? You know, it's so great. You know, well, it was just like trying to do something different, always trying to do something different.
And you always amaze us by doing something different every time. Okay, you've seen the thumbnail and I've teased it enough. So yes, let's discuss Freaky Fred, which, David, you're responsible for unleashing into the world. For those of you who've been unfortunate and haven't seen it, well, here's how it goes. Freaky Fred is Eustace and Muriel's nephew, who is very, well,
naughty.
He narrates the episode and has an obsession with shaving people, animals, and of course is very
naughty.
Unfortunately for Courage, Freaky Fred sets his sights on him, and for the rest of the episode, Courage is being tormented and eventually shaved by him. So among many other things, the music, the rhyming, and the general look of Freaky Fred has made this episode legendary. What's also notable about this episode is that outside of Eustace, Fred is the first human antagonist that Courage has gone up against. And this is one of the very few episodes that has no supernatural or cryptozoological elements or characters. So this is by far one of, if not the creepiest episode of the entire series. So David, what was the inspiration for this episode? And is there any truth behind the fan theories that the shaving is a metaphor for sexual abuse or fetish?
Well, the second thing, the character and his freaky fetish is a word I would stay away from, I guess, because there are people who have viewed this episode, as being something more than it was intended to be, something darker. But it was all, I was walking in the village with John, and I remember exactly where we were. And I remember we were crossing a street, and he said, "I want to do an episode." He knew that I love to write verse, and I had just come off doing 20 Seuss musicals for Nickelodeon, so half hours of solid rhyme. And I'm a lyricist. I just love wordplay. So he said, John knew that. He said, let's do this one in rhyme, and I want it to be about a freaky barber who just can't stop shaving. He's driven to shave, and the Sweeney Todd allusion certainly was obvious, but Fred was his own kind of character, and then it was a matter of finding a rhyming pattern and cadence that spoke to the character John had described to me, and that further brought him forward. This Freaky Fred gave him as much character as we could, so that he wasn't just a monster of the week. And I remember when I found it, and that's what made me naughty, as the last line for pretty much every verse.
Very naughty,
naughty, naughty, naughty, naughty, naughty, naughty, naughty, naughty, naughty, naughty, naughty.
You know, I said, I found it. Naughty is the word. And Bill Marsili, who wrote the episode with me, and also wrote King Ramses' Curse, is also a very good versifier. He had worked for me on Seuss, and one of the few people I would say, I'm doing something in verse, you want to do it with me because it'll be fun. And you know, I kind of came up with the template for it, and then you know we just kind of like riffed on each other's ideas. I think I was like in the first half, he was in the second half, then we swapped, and it was fun because I did start out my career with a partner. I kind of missed that interaction, but it's a rare thing to find somebody who you can really mesh with, you know, whether it's, you know, in every possible way, or hey, this guy knows how to write verse and, you know, has a dark sensibility like I do, and you know, let's have some fun. That was the beginning of Fred. Was in John's head, and you know, bringing him to life, giving him that voice, and I forget at what point. I mean, I don't know if it was after the fact that Paul Scheffler, who did the voice, who I'd seen on Broadway as Captain Hook. I mean, he's a tremendous actor, you know, great voice actor, but a great stage actor as well. I forget when I first heard the voice because it's hard for me to think of even writing the script without hearing that voice in my head, you know? So, but that voice brought as much to the character as, you know, what I wrote for the character. And it really points at something very interesting, which is how a character develops in each of the, you know, the conception of the character, and then the artists, you know, this is what the character looks like. This is the graphic presentation of the character. There's what the character thinks and says, how it acts, and how that affects the story. So there's the writing, and there's the music that helped Fred with their little really haunting theme that plays underneath it, which is a sort of a twist and turn version of several different pieces of music, you know, that come to mind, but all very twisted. And then Paul Scheffler delivers this character, this performance, all with, you know, under the direction of the director and you know, storyboard artists. It's I look at that episode and I feel everyone's contribution to that character. I mean, I feel a sense of authorship, you know, but it was wonderful to be there for sort of the conception for me of the character, and then sort of seeing how dimensional he became as he progressed down the conveyor belt of production, and all the people involved really tuned in to what was there, you know, in terms of what John had created in this character, what we had written.
Well, that's a pretty innocuous start to a legendarily creepy episode. I'm also glad that's actually the case, that people are reading way too deep into this, and that, like most fan theories, these ones are bunk. Regardless, this is quite possibly the best known episode of the entire series. The only episode that comes as close is, I think, The Curse of King Ramses, which we'll discuss later. It's hard to ignore the fan reaction and its impact on the series as a whole, even 20 plus years later.
It really is. I mean, today there's on YouTube, there's Freaky Fred Reanimated, where each shot is redone by a different animator with the original intention in terms of story, but a different style, and it's really psychedelic. And it went up, and it like very quickly got a couple million hits, and now it's up to like 7 million or something like that. And it filled me with joy to see like that work then interpreted by all of these young artists who grew up or came up watching the show and learning from not just this show, but different, you know, there's a lot of Easter eggs that they plant in those scenes. But it really, we had no idea how much power this would have, you know. When you're doing the show, you're just trying to get it done, and I'm trying to keep it, you know, keep it good. And 20 some odd years later, you know, it's got this cult status, which I wish we had then. You know, it's funny, you know, when things like you work on things and they're hits and they stay alive a certain amount of time, and then like they go away. But 20 years later, you're saying, oh, it's a resurgence of, you know, it's when the kids who watch the show as kids become adults and they start getting tattoos of your characters. You know, you did something indelible and turned it into literal ink on flesh.
Now, William, you have a decidedly different view of this episode. Would you care to elaborate?
I'm surprised Freaky Fred made it at all. I still personally am very disturbed by that episode. This was years, I mean, when the show was airing, and I was at a friend's house and they were like, oh, hey, look on the thing, Courage is on, let's turn it on. Okay, yeah, let's turn it on. I don't know what episode it's going to be. And it was Freaky Fred. I said, turn the TV off. Why? I said, no, I do not want this on. I do not want to explain the show. I don't want to not explain it. I just don't want it to exist at this moment in my life. I was hoping, oh, it'd be Courage the Fly. Oh, it'd be, you know, that was the one episode that but I see people, they make little GIFs of them and they're little pieces, and I'm like, okay, you know, maybe I'm uncomfortable, but you know, I'm not everyone's psychologist. Maybe this is good. I'm not the one to say, you know, I mean, here I am. My concern is Eustace falling down the stairs. That's all I care about. You know, oh, okay, you know, Courage just, you know, oh, Courage is screaming because he sees something scary, and like, well, how's he going to fall apart this time? It was not one I was happy about, and I still find it disturbing, but I also find it amazing that it is one of the most talked about episodes, you know, 20 plus years later, that, you know, when you go on Courage, you go, you know, wherever on the social media, Freaky Fred comes up a lot. Freaky Fred comes up, Perfect comes up, but Freaky Fred, wow. That is such a creepy episode, and Freaky Fred himself, there's so many overtones that I don't even know if when it was written I knew what the overtones were, because I had worked with abused adults who had been abused children on some media projects many years. So as soon as I saw this story shaping up, I said, uh-oh, you know, this is going into nasty territory. And but you know, I was, you know, in a way, I guess I was wrong. You know, it was good that it got made, and that there's people out there who somehow, I don't know how they're relating to it. I don't know if they're relating to it that way on a conscious level or what, but you know, the whole thing with Courage being locked in the bathroom with this creepy old guy who wants to shave him and stuff pancakes down his throat. It's like, whoa. It's like, we couldn't make that. Nobody could make that today, except if you were like, you know, for you know, either as a joke for frat boys on Adult Swim or some independent production where they would, but that would be flagged by, you know, society. It's like, you can't do it. You couldn't do it in a jokey way like that. It would have to be super serious. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Of course not. But in 1999, Cartoon Network said this is TVY7, but they've learned their lesson by giving it a much more mature rating of TV PG. Maybe they haven't learned their lesson.
Yeah, I mean, you know, so you know, one, it's sort of remarkable. Two, I think maybe some leeway, you know, in overall was being given to us by Cartoon Network, mainly through Linda Semensky. You know, like, let's go a little further. Let's up the age, you know, group a little bit, you know, to get a better audience. I don't know. I that wasn't, or maybe they weren't thinking about it at all. They were busy with some other crisis for 4 years. I don't know. But we were lucky. I could say, yeah, the Cartoon Network was screwy and did this, and oh yeah, I'm screwy, I did that. John's screwy, he does this, but it worked out.
Now, a huge part of what makes this episode so creepy is the music. The music follows along with Fred's narration quite well and really lends to the freakiness of the entire situation. I have to say, as creepy as the theme itself is, what really gets the hair on the back of my neck standing up is the children's choir. On the surface, none of these elements are creepy on their own, but when you combine them together, something about it's just really off-putting, much like Fred himself. So Jody, how the hell did you come up with this?
That's actually Andy and I singing a flow, doing that shit. But that's very funny that you mentioned that, because Freaky Fred was a thing that, like, I was kind of alone in the studio and I was trying to think about what would play in this guy's head, what would be the music that he heard. So I happened to not be a fan of the Chipmunks Christmas song, Christmas, Christmas. So I did like a minor version of that for Freaky Fred. So it's really kind of the Christmas song, just like backwards, it's just messed up. And we played it. It's essentially a theme that's played in different contexts throughout the whole show. It's basically 90% of the score of the show is some version of that theme.
Now that you say that, I can hear it, and I will never be able to listen to that song again without a chill running up my spine.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't like the song that much. Joking aside, when you add all these elements together, you get a wonderfully creepy theme that feels like it could be in a hard R horror movie. Like, I can totally see this playing over the jump rope girls from Nightmare on Elm Street that go,
1, 2, let's come for you. 3, 4, better lock your door.
just as creepy as what they actually had in that movie, but this was meant for kids.
Yeah, that show, I am surprised that would never get on the air today, I don't think. I mean, it's just too dark and crazy. And it's like, I have a friend who's a child psychologist who called me up after seeing that show and said, "This is rape. What are you doing? This is child rape." And I'm like, "Courage is the child." And he's getting shaved, So it was, I get it. I just think that there was a lot of really groundbreaking stuff, score-wise, that we were able to do. Pretty much everything, everyone that you've mentioned so far were very, very unique, really interesting experiences for us, because we really thought about those themes. We didn't have a lot of time to write them, so we had to kind of, dig deep really fast and get something, because it also had to be approved by John, so we would do like a quick mock-up of it and send it, or he would come in the studio and he'd say, "This is great." Whenever we went, we know we have to do it again.
Now, David, with your background in both writing and in music, how do you view the score's impact on the story itself in this episode?
Jody and I really had been collaborating for a year before we met because of the way the show is set up. As I called it, a conveyor belt. I'm at the beginning and he's at the end. And, but we've been best buddies and writing songs together ever since. Worked on a lot of projects and just a lot of songs that we just wanted to write. His contribution to the show was tremendous. There was such personality to the music, and the Freaky Fred episode really demonstrates that well. It's animation is such a wonderful intertwining of art and artistry and artists. So is any production, I suppose, but there's something about animation, I guess, being so musical that really appeals to me as a songwriter.
Now, again, there are plenty of great musicians out there, and the show still would have been great with any of them, but not as great. And you know why I know that? Because your music has done something that literally no other show or movie ever did to me. As a little kid, I was a scaredy cat. I really could be scared very easily, which was quite the conundrum watching a show like Courage. But usually what I would do when I would see something scary, like let's say Who Framed Roger Rabbit, when the scary part came on, I'd close my eyes because it can't scare me if I can't see it.
Remember me, Eddie? When I killed your brother, I talked. Just
I couldn't do that with this show. Your music was just as scary as what was on the screen. I didn't need to see anything to still be scared. Hell, even now, I'm nearly 30. I have a 401k. I pay taxes. I'm an adult. But the music still gets the hair standing up on the back of my neck. I am not looking forward to editing this late at night.
That's so cool. Thank you very much. I mean, that, we really went for that. I mean, so like my personal view of film and TV music is the dialogue is like the libretto for an opera. It's kind of like I like what's going on with the dialogue, what's going on with the characters, and listening to that, listening to the tone of the voice. There was great voice actors also. That wonderful guy, Peter Fernando, who's since passed away, who played a lot of characters, and Paul Scheffler. Sorry, Paul, who was, instrumental in so many voices, just incredible. And, I would listen to those guys' voices and the texture and the timbre of them and try to figure out also emotionally the sound of the voice and the content of the voice. What does that dictate? And that's how we kind of got this like global feel for it. And it also made it easy in a way, even though there was some music that was repeated, as it's kind of like some of the music from Demon in the Mattress was repeated. Some of the music from the Benton Tarantella piece was repeated, this sort of dark zombie music. But most of the stuff that you're talking about, I think, are these themes that just, they lay there. They didn't overwhelm the dialogue or the character. They were a part of what that all was. A lot of music is just like background music. It's just wallpaper. But we tried really hard to have something really iconic and something that drove the emotion. And that was also something that John, he just wanted the music to be awesome. And he's often said to me, I don't worry about the color. I don't worry about the music. That's it. Everything else I worry about. And that was very nice.
Now, pivoting briefly back to the amount of stuff the show got away with, I think the lack of studio meddling would actually surprise a lot of people. We have the perception of this era in kids' entertainment that the parental watchdog groups are reigning in supreme and really trying to make sure nothing offensive could be on TV for kids to see. Though just looking at shows like this, Ren and Stimpy, Rugrats, any of the Spielberg shows, and you could see there's a lot of humor in there that, while yes, flying over the heads of kids, really isn't that appropriate. And it's actually pretty surprising that it was allowed to be on. I think you could argue that this era actually had more latitude than people give it credit for.
Yeah, and I think, it's often true. Look, not everybody can deliver the shows that were delivered during that time, given all that freedom and money to make a show. But drowning a writer in notes is not helping the writer at all. So yeah, it's not often that you get that much room to gestate, a show, because like the first season is sort of a real gestation process. And yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think of other projects that I've been involved with, and there are just very few where sometimes you'll be working under somebody who has enough clout to protect you from crazy, stupid network notes. Not that they're necessarily crazy and stupid, but the head writer often has to synthesize a lot of sort of disparate notes that come from different people involved and then interpret that for the writer in a coherent way.
That's actually an interesting element that I think a lot of people probably overlook, that a good producer can give you a lot of protection. I mean, having Steven Spielberg as their producer allowed them to get away with murder on Animaniacs. That being said, though, I'm sure there had to be a few times where you guys pushed it a little too far and the network smacked your hand back, right?
The network censor thing it was strange, to me at least. I mean, yeah, we can all sit back as fans and go, oh my goodness, they censored it, and go, oh, the auteur has been squelched, is blah, blah, but sometimes, when you get censored, but you still want to get that point across, you come up with some really smart ways of doing it that is not exactly readable to the people who are doing the censoring. We did a few things that they said outright no to, but they were odd. Like we had the Hollywood sign in one episode, and they were like, no, you can't show that. We're going to get sued. They were worried about things like that, like getting sued. So we came up with some alternatives. I don't remember what we did, but occasionally they would be. One example was that the Asian character was voiced by one of the artists on the show. The Asian character whose name was never mentioned on the show for that very reason. He was named. Let's say it wasn't a wise idea to call him that, and I won't repeat it because you have a family audience.
Yes, exclusively.
And I might mispronounce it and actually not say the right naughty word. So I don't want to be incorrect, but we were never allowed to say his name on the show. Okay, fine. He was a peripheral character.
For a fun family game, unscramble these letters to find out what the name was.
But I was actually amazed how much we were allowed to get away with. We didn't get too many notes back. The one that struck me as being really whacked out was the episode with they were going camping and they're the two bandit raccoons. So at one point, the raccoons, like all the other characters on the show, for some reason have an obsession with kidnapping Muriel or abducting her in some way. They abduct her, and there's our usual thing where Muriel's going and Courage imagines something in thought balloons over his head. It's like, oh, what's happening to Muriel? And it's always an absurdity. So he's imagining something, and one of the things we came up with was that he's imagining the raccoons around the campfire with bones, and they're picking bones and with a skull. And the Cartoon Network came back and said, you can't show that. That's horrible. That's terrible. We can't have anyone thinking that Muriel's dead. And we're saying, well, she's not dead. It's an imagination. It's in a thought balloon. How can you make it clearer? I mean, it's like, it's just the characters against a white background in a thought balloon. I mean, it's not real. No. And they said, well, here's an option. Do this. And they sent back something. I don't know where it came from, whether it was written or drawn, but basically they wanted the same pose, the two raccoons and the campfire, and Muriel's there, and she's alive, tied up, and screaming live. Ah! But her legs which are kicking up and down, are skeleton legs. So it's like, I looked at that. I called up. I said, no, this is like, hard R now. We're in like, Eli Roth territory where this is Texas Chainsaw Massacre material. She's alive, but she's half eaten. This is an improvement. So that was like an instance I remember. I mean, there may have been other ones that did not filter down to me. That filtered down because it was in the animatic process that they were making these changes.
That's incredibly bizarre that they drew the line there, because there were far more disturbing moments and episodes that just slipped on by. So, clear thought bubble of a skeleton, no. Freaky Fred and King Ramses, yep.
Ramses comes up. Yeah, that was, let's face it, that Ramses, I didn't experience it as a 30 plus 40-year-old, whatever I was when I worked on the show. I did not experience it at Ramsey as terribly scary, but it was terribly scary. And I have to say, Cartoon Network let it go, and I think that was good of them. I mean, but I had no concept of how scary it was going to end up in the animatic process. That it was going to end up being this sort of like 3D animated, and the animation is like very stilted, so that makes it scarier. But they were okay with it. There might have been other instances, as I said, that did not filter down to me.
Yeah, I think this episode actually scared me the most, even more than Freaky Fred, if you can believe that. I think it's because it comes down to the creepy, uncanny CGI on Ramses, something that kids wouldn't have seen too much of at the time.
Return the slab.
What?
Return the slab, or suffer my curse.
But yeah, the ironic thing about it is, this is the episode I easily watch the most, and that's because it came on the VHS for Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders. So yeah, pre-streaming, pre-DVD sets, if I wanted to watch Courage at any given time of the day, this is the only episode I could guarantee I could do that with. So yeah, I ironically watched this the most, even though it was clearly the scariest one for me. And again, I couldn't just close my eyes to avoid Ramses, because the music was so damn scary, Jody! Now, pivoting away from the traumatic and scary episodes, I'd like to focus on the heart of Courage. The more soulful, sweet, bittersweet, and emotionally charged episodes. Now, these weren't the majority by any stretch. That still was the scary episodes. But I'd say about a third of the episodes in the show fall into this category. The first episode I'd like to highlight is David's episode, The Curse of Shirley. The episode begins with Muriel planning Eustace's birthday celebration, which he pointedly does not want to celebrate.
Ain't gonna be no party.
When the titular Shirley shows up, begging for help, Courage and Muriel eagerly help. Eustace, on the other hand, doesn't.
Thank you for your kindness. What about the bald one?
Yeah, I got something to give.
As punishment for his cruelty, Shirley places a curse on him to have a perpetual rain cloud hover over him. Comedy ensues as he tries to ignore it, but towards the end of the episode, we get a very unusual moment for Eustace. We see that he cares. At one point, a delusional Eustace sees Courage as the boy version of himself.
It's so hot. My head is burning.
Oh, no hat. Oh, that's not right. Little boy should have a hat.
Eustace empathizes with the boy and offers his own hat, which breaks the curse. This moment is important because it's kind of the yin to Hothead's yang. Yes, in both episodes, Eustace deserves punishment for his bad actions, in this case being so mean to Shirley. But in this episode, we get a bit of a glimpse behind the curtain. We get to see why Eustace is the bitter old man that he is. We can gather as a bald child that Eustace was probably bullied a lot and didn't get shown a lot of love. This is corroborated in an earlier episode where we see Eustace's mother is also bald, implying that this is a family trait. So we get to see a picture being painted, and you get to see what leads him to acting like this. Although these were rare occurrences, we did get to see a few more moments of a kind-hearted Eustace, and we'll get into one of them in a moment.
Well, thanks. Did I write The Curse of Shirley? I'm thinking either Susan Kim or Craig Shemin, two of the frequent contributors to the show.
I mean, you are listed as the writer of the title card.
Perhaps I did. There are certainly, again, words of mine are in it, and by words of mine, I don't mean just words. Scripts are the words are the least important. The dialogue is the least important part of the script. Don't quote me on that. I didn't say it. But John has a real, sentimental spot, and so do I. And at the center of the show is love and sweetness and redemption. There's not always the need to redeem your villain, but it's sometimes very funny to do that. depending on how you handle it, but often very touching. And I remember that with Eustace, and that's very John. I think it was funny. I mean, just I'll bring up another episode, which was Little Muriel, which I know I did write, because more macaroni, more cheese, less macaroni. I hate macaroni and cheese. Just became quite a thing on the internet, and I remember writing it. It was very much alive. But anyway, it's Little Muriel, and you see here's Little Muriel, and she's this little difficult, really annoying kid, and she's a lovely, loving older lady now. I didn't spend a lot of time analyzing, like, how did that kid get to be that nice lady? But it was interesting, and it sort of gave me pause. Okay, so she was a difficult little girl, or somehow in the magic of the episode, she was a different little girl than she actually had been in terms of personality. But seeing Muriel drive Courage crazy.
Sit down! Stop it! Stop it! Sit down!
That to me was golden. Here's the little kid version of Muriel, and Courage. Now she's suddenly the villain driving Courage crazy, and he's got to be nice to her because it's Muriel. It was always interesting to really understand where the characters come from, even if you're discovering it, a couple of seasons in and exploring. So let's do a young, Eustace episode, or young Muriel, Little Muriel. And Little Muriel was just really antic. It wasn't like a deep character study.
Another fan favorite episode you wrote that's incredibly emotionally charged is The Last of the Star Makers. In this episode, we see a couple that are part of the Star Maker species, basically just giant squids in space that, as their name implies, make stars. Suddenly, a space whale attacks the pair, and the male sacrifices himself so the female Star Maker and their unhatched offspring can escape. The mother crashes just outside the farmhouse, where we see the military show up to experiment on her and the eggs. Courage and Muriel decide to defy the military to save the day, and in a shocking turn of events, when Muriel is captured, Courage goes to save her, as we've seen him do in 48 preceding episodes. But she stops him.
She's so sad. I think she's withering away. It's all up to you. You've got to get those eggs back under that squid, or else there'll never be any new stars in the sky. Go help her.
So this is pretty shocking for two reasons. One, Courage isn't saving Muriel. That's like the entire premise of the show. But they're mature enough to understand there are greater things at stake than her temporarily being endangered. And second, that Muriel is actually aware of what's going on around her. As lovely as she is, she's pretty oblivious to everything, and that's part of her charm. But in this episode, she knows what's going on here. So these moments are quite an advancement for the two characters. Courage is able to reunite the eggs with their mother. They hatch, and then the gut punch comes. The mother actually passes away. Courage wasn't able to save her. So we're left with a very bittersweet ending where the Star Maker species still survives, even without their parents, and the mother's body creates a lush garden as a tribute to her legacy of making the world a more beautiful place. A very deep and emotionally mature episode of a show that's often distilled down to just being the scary show. So David, what was it like writing this one?
Like so many of the episodes, it was John's idea initially. Just quickly, I mean, often John would generate the episode in like, a short paragraph, and it would be approved. And then it was up to me to sort of guide this into becoming a full story. And Last of the Star Makers was, very much John's idea. And it was a pleasure to write it because it was a nice break from the episode I'd written before, or had just rewritten, or given notes on, or gotten notes on. It's the thing about Courage. There's so many. We played with form in various ways, but certainly in storytelling. you know, I'm a very sentimental person, you know, and I cry easy. I get weepy, and you know, if I'm writing a courage script and I'm getting a little weepy, I don't want to run away from it. You know, I just want to say, okay, I don't want to get too maudlin or anything, but yeah, Les is Star Makers. A lot of people remember that, you know, really fondly and really felt sort of a genuine, you know, sense of what was at the center of the episode. And I'll also say, this is just, you know, speaking to that and another point. I was often concerned that we were scaring kids too much overall. You know, if I was picturing a 5-year-old watching this, and friends of mine would call me up and say, yeah, I was just watching, you know, the show I just saw for the first time with my 5-year-old. And I would say, well, watch a few more episodes before you keep watching it with your 5-year-old. But I think my fears were ill-founded, because most of the people I talk to today who grew up watching the show and were 5 when it premiered have said that the show helped them through difficult times in their childhoods, where they felt no control over a world that was not being kind to them. And of course, there's a wide spectrum of unkind, but children of abusive parents. I've heard beautiful podcasts just talking about how much sanctuary children found in this cartoon about this scared little kid, really, you know, scared little dog, whose world was out of control. But with the right amount of love and smarts and action, you know, he could control things. And, you know, you can't control everything. And it's hard, as a parent, it's hard to tell your kid, you know, everything's fine. And I certainly don't know how to do that today. And my kids are adults. But it's really wonderful to hear from fans, and a lot of the comments on the Freaky Fred Reanimated thing really brought that out to me. How much children were able to feel strength as a result of watching Courage, you know, and it didn't even occur to me at the time that this is what we were doing. We weren't trying, you know, but it's sometimes when you're doing a show well and you're doing it in a way that satisfies you and the people you're working with, if you're the right combination of people, then it's a dream, you know, because you're speaking to something really honest, something central, you know, that a lot of the kids watching can share, you know, and take with them, you know. So, you know, when somebody comes up to me and says, God, you scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. You totally fucked me up. Thank you. Thank you. It's like, until I hear the thank you, I'm worried, you know. But episodes like Star Makers was, you know, like, will children, now I'm writing that way, will kids follow this story? Yes, you know, it challenged young viewers, I think, to sort of relish different types of storytelling, different levels of action. You know, it's much easier to do an episode that's entirely a chase, you know, but it's got to have an emotional arc to it, and a character has to, you know, famously Seinfeld was supposed to be about, it's a show about nothing, and nobody ever learns anything. I would argue against that. You know, you have to connect with the show, you know, and you know, it's interesting. I mean, a lot of John's psyche is in Courage, and my psyche seeps in, and you know, it's you know, it's great having experience like that, where it wasn't just like one season. You know, it really feels tangible to me, feels very present to me, because it was, you know, 4 full seasons of a show over, you know, however couple of years that we did it. and I really miss Courage.
Well, that's a sentiment I think we can all agree with. But back to Star Makers, I'm still in awe how all these years later, it's still just as effective as when I was a little kid, and still how emotionally charged it is. Most of the scary episodes really don't affect me the same way they did back in the day, because now as an adult, I've seen plenty of hard R horror movies. I've seen Saw, I've seen Halloween, seen Scream, etc. They're creepy for sure, and I still love them, but they don't keep me awake as much as they used to, is the thing. This episode, on the other hand, is still just as devastatingly sad and bittersweet as it was all those years ago. Anytime I talk to people who remember this episode, I often joke that this episode was very traumatic, and when the Star Maker's mom died, this was our generation's Bambi's mom. But I'm only partially joking, because not one person who I know who's seen this doesn't say some variation of, "Oh god, that was such a sad one. I cried like a baby." This episode goes a long way in teaching children how to accept grief, the death of a parent or a loved one, that beauty can still be found in the world even with their absence. I know personally that it came in handy after my grandmother passed away a few months prior to this episode airing, and then a few years later when my grandfather died. Very few children's shows have the guts to try and tell a story like this, and usually when they do, it's very melodramatic and surface level. The only other show that I think did it just as good as this one was the Chucky's Mom episode of Rugrats.
When a gentle wind blows, that's my hand on your face. And when the tree gives you shade, that's my sheltering embrace. When the whippoorwill sings, that's me whispering, night.
It's one of the most brilliantly and beautifully crafted 11 minutes of television you will ever watch. Two other emotionally charged episodes I'd like to discuss are The Tower of Dr. Zolost and The Mask. These two episodes are pretty unique for a couple of reasons. First and foremost is they are the only two episodes of the show that are 22 minutes in length, and both were written by John. The Tower of Dr. Zolost, which was the season finale to the second season, follows the titular doctor, whom is implied to suffer from depression, on a one-man mission to make everyone as sad as he is. Throughout the episode, we see the crippling effects of sadness and depression on many people, including the doctor. There's a scene with him in the castle surrounded by a Scrooge McDuck level of wealth, eating ice cream in a comfy bed, and watching William and John hitting each other on the head for some reason. But yet he's still miserable.
What's the good of having all the money in the world if it doesn't bring any happiness? And if I'm not happy, no one deserves to be happy.
He asks for a hug from his henchman Rat, and we see a glimpse of a smile. But due to it being one-sided, the hug is unable to break through.
You call this a hug? You're not even trying. If you can't give me a real hug, then get away from me. Get out!
This scene is important because many shows do the sad bad guy story, but fail to express the real depth of depression. Zolost is actually looking for something meaningful to fill the void, and as he can't, he now wants to make everyone as sad as he is. As the episode progresses, Courage finds a simple pleasure of Muriel's plum dessert, which he is shown eagerly eating as she lovingly makes it earlier in the episode.
Did you eat all of our happy plums?
As the cure to the sadness cannonballs the doctor is firing all around nowhere. Now something important happens here in a blink and you'll miss it moment. When we get to the climax, the rat henchman has been turned into a crying baby, who is now seeking comfort from the doctor. In a reverse of the earlier scene, the rat now wants the genuine hug and to be comforted, and it's now the doctor blinded with his desire to make Courage pay, ignoring the rat. In the end though, Dr. Zolost is cured, and him and the rat happily embrace.
Rat, come here, Rat. Give me a hug.
This episode, much like Star Makers, takes a very serious and important topic, depression and sadness, and packages it in a way that kids are easily able to understand it, and well crafted enough that the adults watching it don't feel preached to. It works as a good metaphor for both a kid who's 7 and an adult who's nearing 30 or older. And the true topper of the episode is that the moral is, sometimes the simplest things made with love can make the greatest difference. It's just beautiful. The next two-parter came from season 4's The Mask. This episode opens up with a woman wearing a very large mask approaching the farm. Upon seeing Courage, she starts beating him, saying,
"Dogs are evil."
Now, while Courage has been obviously injured before, the way this is depicted is a little off. The shadows are harsher, the scene is a bit darker, as if a storm's coming while it's still a little dark out. Now, while Courage's injuries end with a gag of his eyes and nose falling off with goofy sound effects, he still looks worse than usual in this moment. Also, a rare occurrence happens when he's still sporting the injuries in the next scene, when typical cartoon logic would have had them disappear. The masked woman, revealed to be named Kitty, joins the trio for breakfast, but she doesn't remove her mask to eat. Here she reveals her friend Bunny is in an abusive relationship with a dog gangster named Mad Dog.
He treats her like she's a slave.
Which explains her hatred for dogs and her reaction to Courage earlier. She continues her story and explicitly states that Mad Dog threatened to kill her for trying to help Bunny escape.
When he found out I was trying to get Bunny to run away, he threatened my life.
Already, this is a very heavy episode, and we're just 3 minutes in. When Eustace tries to make a typically mean-spirited joke, Kitty reacts angrily by smashing all the dishes on the floor and storming out of the room.
Dogs are evil.
Eustace, for potentially the only time in the series, actually looks afraid of what he's just seen by this very realistic depiction of anger and abuse. That night, Courage sees Kitty take off her mask after playing with a toy mouse. He does the typical Courage freak out and does the typical Courage attempt to warn Eustace and Muriel of the evil mask, but to no avail. Determined to get answers, he sneaks into the room and steals the mouse, which we see is inscribed with the message, "To Kitty, love Bunny," which is the first hint that these two may be more than just friends. Courage continues to the city, where we see an uncomfortably realistic depiction of an abusive relationship, where a despondent Bunny stares off into space as Mad Dog goes from love bombing her to verbally abusing and gaslighting her.
Come on, Bunny. Don't I make you happy no more? Or maybe you're still thinking about Kitty. I told you to forget her.
And again, in no uncertain terms, threatens to kill her if she tries leaving him.
If I even smell Kitty, I'll bury the two of you. Oh, Bunny, you know you're my girl. Let's go back to the way we was. You know, happy-like. Everything's okay.
Now, it's important to note that even though Courage has now received confirmation that everything Kitty has told about Bunny being in an abusive relationship is true, he still views Kitty as a villain. Courage aids Bunny in escaping, where again, I cannot stress this enough, a homicidal Mad Dog chases the pair down, trying to kill exclusively Bunny, because as we see, Courage nobly tries to sacrifice himself to give her some time, but Mad Dog ignores him to just kill Bunny rather than let her escape. As Bunny flees, Courage intervenes, causing Mad Dog to swerve his car onto the train tracks right in the path of a fast-approaching train. The car is then destroyed and Mad Dog is dispatched. Courage obviously survives and is thanked by Bunny,
Thank you.
whom then sees Kitty is actually aboard that train as she had attempted to track Courage to the city. The two are reunited and say,
Now we can be best friends forever.
They embrace, even holding the toy mouse like a couple would hold mistletoe, in a not-so-subtle hint of this again being a little bit more than just a friendship. Kitty, realizing her stereotyping of all dogs being bad is wrong, thanks Courage for everything.
Thank you, dog. Thank you for everything.
So this episode is a lot. I've never seen a children's show come even remotely close to depicting domestic abuse in as graceful and respectful of a manner as we've seen here. Of course, we've seen the already previously mentioned love bombing and gaslighting and threats made by Mad Dog, but we also see the impact all this has on its victims. Bunny is in a deep depression, almost catatonic at moments, while Kitty is depicted as having pretty realistic PTSD bouts of fury and resentment to all dogs for the actions of Mad Dog. We also get a very interesting element from Courage showing prejudice against Kitty. It's not until the literal last minute of the episode that he realizes she wasn't the villain all along. Then comes the romantic depiction between Kitty and Bunny. While now seeing a gay or lesbian relationship in kids' content is much more common, remember, this came out in the early 2000s, when gay marriage was non-existent in the US, and the idea that it would be nationwide law one day was a fairy tale. Both this episode and The Tower of Dr. Zoloft are masterclasses when it comes to taking subject matters that are really tough for children to understand, but packaging them in a way that not only can they understand, but can empathize with. What's really impressive is this also works for adults as well, because not only do we still get the story, but as we've gotten older and a little bit more life experience, we can read between the lines a bit and get a little bit deeper of the story. So, John, what was it like writing not only the two longest episodes of the series, but the two most emotionally charged episodes of the series?
Well, satisfying. At the time, we were only doing what I'm capable of at the time. I mean, I wouldn't want to look back at it and start criticizing it for its lack of craft or how I could have improved things. But we had a lovely formula, and it was one that I felt absolutely comfortable in. So writing something like The Tower of Dr. Zolost, and Zolost is roughly translated to sorrow or sadness in Croatian, because I was spending a lot of time in Croatia at the time. And the tower itself was modeled after the old medieval tower that's overlooking the city of Zagreb. I tell you, the cartoons are not just random. They have a lot of significance to my life. And I used it in the cartoons. So the mask, there was multiple things I was getting away with. I don't know how. It's like what you said, Andrew. How did we get away with this? I don't even know that these cartoons are being aired. I've heard from colleagues in Europe that they're edited, but I haven't seen it, and it really doesn't matter. But, you know, same-sex love, male brutality, and it's all there. What about female brutality? No one ever talks about how a woman is just beating the hell out of a man. Well, it's a dog, but look at that. It's animal abuse. I mean, it's just over and over. I mean, I would have to go back and comb through all of the themes that we were able to do. And Escape from New York was a big influence on that. I know that where the dog lived on the wrong side of the tracks, I was thinking Escape from New York. I don't know why I brought that up, Andrew. You'll have to bring us back to the topic.
No, I love seeing the method behind the madness. Joking aside, that is actually a very interesting point, because the way you depict the city here isn't the same way you've depicted cities in previous episodes. Yes, both are dirty, and yes, both are scary and creepy, but the way this city is designed is a lot more real and dour. You really get the feeling of desperation Bunny is in when Courage comes to rescue her. Again, not something you would typically see in a children's show. The other design aspect from the show that I really appreciate is the, no pun intended, masking of a clear lesbian relationship to get past the censors, by one, making them different species, and two, stressing that they're just good friends.
Well, friends, yeah. What's wrong with that?
Exactly. Nothing wrong with that at all. Please don't write us angry letters, parental watchdog groups of the 2000s, or just modern day bigots. But it truly is one of the most beautiful and tender episodes of the series. We even get a really nice, sweet moment between Eustace and Muriel, who spent most of the episode just fighting with each other.
Eustace, Kitty was right about you. You can't fix a thing.
Which was a rare thing to see Muriel getting angry, as she usually just lets the barbs Eustace throws just roll right off her back. In the end, they both apologize to each other and reaffirm how much they love each other, which again is just so sweet.
Eustace, I'm sorry for the terrible things I've said.
That's okay, Muriel. Nobody's perfect.
I know it's fun to see Eustace get smacked over the head with a rolling pin, or something bad happened to him as comeuppance for something he did to Courage in most episodes. But moments like this, and the previous ones I've mentioned, go a really long way to inform the character of Eustace, and really explain why such a sweet woman like Muriel could be with a really miserable SOB like Eustace. We see here that, yes, he can have a really rough and gruff exterior, but he truly does love her, maybe the only thing in the world that he loves, and that she can bring the nice side of him out. This is also important to distinguish the difference between Eustace being a jerk that we can laugh at for being mean, and the real serious issues of abuse being portrayed between Mad Dog and Bunny.
You know, among my long history with Cartoon Network and their initiating projects that they then cancel, there were two specials that I was engaged to write. At the time I was living in Barcelona. There were half hours. One was for Halloween, and the other one was for Christmas. And one of the stories, I'm not sure if it was Halloween, but I think the Halloween special I was delving into when Muriel and Eustace met, and the act that Eustace never overcame, that he swallowed, and that was it was related to Muriel's Eustace's adversary. Muriel had a previous lover, another lover that was courting her at the same time that Eustace was. And Eustace chose not to act, that ultimately led in the death of his adversary. But he deliberately chose not to act.
Oh, wow.
And that kept with him. And you see what happens to him. He never talks about it, but he's a miserable sod.
Yeah, wow. That sounds incredibly amazing, and I'm incredibly bummed we didn't see it, because that could have had the potential to be one of the best episodes of the series. That being said, I can see why Cartoon Network pulled the plug on it. Yeah, I can see on the surface why Cartoon Network would say that's not a story appropriate for children, but I think it's a very important lesson to teach kids that the ramifications of your actions and how they can ripple through your life and really inform the person you'll become. So in this case, we can see this action causes Eustace to become the miserable person we know him for.
Well, I like full novelistic backgrounds on characters. However, Courage wasn't designed for kids. I wasn't, a random 10-year-old maybe, but the 10-year-old in me that grew up on Warner Brothers cartoons weren't for kids. They were for adults. And I was straddling these two worlds. And there's nothing offensive in the series. I mean, I don't think a kid, the way I would have handled that Halloween special, it would not have been, well, so obvious. It would have been done with a little bit of style. So you're not offended, but you get the impact of its message.
Oh, of course. I can imagine this being like The Mask, where it's very subtly done, where kids would understand the more broad message, but a lot of the subtlety and nuance would be missed by them and be aimed directly at the older audiences.
Yeah, there was a lot of prejudice when the show aired initially among parents who actually thought it was too scary for a cartoon. And it was given this interesting stamp of you couldn't be 7 years of age or younger. You had to be over 7 to watch it. And I always thought that was a mark of distinction, like an honor. Because the first thing you do when you're a kid is when you're met with a constraint, what do? You go ahead and it encourages you.
Exactly, and I think that comes into play why this show is so iconic. The kind of almost forbidden, mysterious nature of this show. All the things our parents didn't want us to watch as kids, that they were worried would corrupt us. Or as my parents are now saying, watching this retrospective, wait, we let them watch this? I turned out fine for the most part. Yeah, these are just 5 episodes that are incredibly different and have a variety of different life lessons, morals, and things to learn from, all being given to us by Courage the Cowardly Dog. Now, Marty, we've been discussing a lot of the team's favorite episodes and their contribution to fan favorites. So, are there any performances or episodes you're particularly proud of?
In terms of pride, I mean, I think pride was in that very first episode, to walk into that, that booth for the first time with a water bottle and a music stand and storyboard right here, microphone here, vocal script here, and saying, okay, so we're going to go one at a time, line by line. And I remember the first few lines, we would go through it, or whatever it would be.
Good night, Courage.
It may be a good night for you. You'll be in a warm bed.
And I would do it, and then I'd hear, okay, I think we got it. Let's go to the next. When I would hear that, I'd be thinking, oh my God, this is, not only am I doing this, but they're really liking what I'm doing. Like so much so that we don't have to spend a lot of time. Like, I think we got it. That for me was, and they really rolled good in the first episode. We had other episodes where it took longer. It was a little bit more, rugged, but for that alone, is a memory that I'll always, have. Which is why when people say my favorite episode, I have to tell them the Shadow of Courage is my favorite episode personally, though I would have to throw in the King Ramses Curse and Freaky Fred and the Hunchback of Nowhere. I'd have to throw those in, those three very different, all of them, right? But, as far as creativity goes,
So, William, you mentioned something in the previous part of the retrospective that I'd like to discuss a little further. You had mentioned that even though there are technically only 4 seasons of the show, Cartoon Network split them up and billed them as 5 seasons. The DVD set actually doesn't mention that. It only lists the 4 production seasons. Would you be able to shed a little light on this?
Well, I'm actually surprised. I didn't know. I didn't get the box set. It's not like they said, "Oh, you worked on the show. Here's a box set." They're like, "You pay like everybody else, jerk." The reason the show ended when it did, at the end of what for us was the 4th season, was due to a confluence of events and corporate non-empathy for the people making their product. So what happened is that for the 3rd season, I believe it was the 3rd season, there was a pending writer's strike. And the network said, look, a writer's strike affects the writing. Now, I wasn't in the union, but David was, he probably still is. David is. The other writers who they were bringing in to do individual episodes were all in the Writers Guild. And they said, there's going to be a Writers Guild strike, and we want you to do 2 seasons of writing in a row. So, you have to, what's a season? Well, we did 13 episodes, and I believe it was 13 episodes a season. It may have been less, but it was 2 stories per episode. So, it's like, oh, we're not just writing 13 episodes. We're writing 26 episodes, essentially, because each story, most of the time, were separate stories with different characters, different scenarios, So a little more work, and also, different backgrounds, but that was the art department. They weren't going on strike. So they said, okay, we just would like you to, gird your loins and write and get out 2 seasons. We did. And that was all well and good. And then the writer's strike didn't happen. It was settled. And so I went and personally, because I was the one person who was in the writer's room, then checking all the scripts, and then I was in the animatic room. So I was sort of like the one person, aside from John, who was like basically, almost, I was 75% through each episode. John was 100%, I was 75, and no one else was. That was, the artists were picking up at a certain point, that whole thing. So I said to Cartoon Network, I said, okay, look, the writer's strike isn't happening. Can we at least have a production break for 3 months or whatever the break was between season 1 and season 2, and then I guess season 3 there was a break too. And they said no. I said, why? Oh, we've already scheduled it that you're just going to keep working. You have to keep working. If it's going to ruin everything if you don't keep working. And it's like, oh, okay. And we kept working, and we were destroyed. Everybody was by the end of our 4th season, it was like we couldn't even think. It was like, we're going to come up with new episodes. We can't come up. So we sort of had a feeling at the end of the 4th one, that's why those Remembrance of Courage Past and Perfect sort of came out. It's like, we were just like, okay, if it's not the end of the road, we'll just hold on to the scripts because they were approved and blah, 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 blah. Well, we were just like, blasted. And John called me up one day. I don't know if he called other people to ask, but he called me up, and he says, well, they want a 5th season. What's your thinking? And I said, no. I said, I want a year off or something. He says, no, they want us to do just the normal 2 or 3 months and start in again. And I said, I can't do it. And John agreed. I think he didn't agree. I think that was his feeling too. He just wanted to hear it from somebody else, or he asked a lot of people. I don't know, but he definitely asked me, and I just said, I can't do it. I don't care about the money. It's my brain. It's like I can't. By the end of the fourth season, I had like divorced. I haven't divorced myself, but I was really not contributing into the whole process as much as I was the first 3 seasons. And it was just exhaustion. It was like, I get a script, I have to fix it. It's fine. It's like I'm tired. I'm working all, onto the night every weekday. And there's another thing that had happened in the meantime. 9/11, and we were New York based. We were in Manhattan when doing the show when 9/11 happened, and my office was in a shutdown area. Like, they shut down Lower Manhattan after that, and and for a while, at one point there was no electricity, and I couldn't get in my office. And I'm getting phone calls going, why isn't work on the show happening right now? What's the matter? We're going behind schedule. And and Dan said it most succinctly. He goes, do you realize that this country has just been attacked? It was like nothing had happened. It was like, what's the matter with you lazy people? Why aren't you working on this really important cartoon show? Right as the airplanes flying into the buildings overhead and people are dying like right next to us. And you're not working on the show. You're bad workers. I was like, I don't want to say where that was coming from because I'm not sure, but that was definitely. And I just said, no, I'm not. There's no animatic work happening until my neighborhood is opened up again and I could actually go into the office building, So that was that. I don't remember which, maybe that was the beginning of the 4th season or sometime in the 4th while we were working on that happened, but that was really tough.
I can't speak for the production schedule, but according to the air dates, it happened in the middle of season 2.
Yeah, somewhere's around there, but that's the thing. It's like it was a blur because there was no season 3, season 4 for us. It was just work, constant work. And, it was like I had a job. I had to go to Iceland and film something. And that was a big deal. Oh, how dare you go to Iceland and have another job from someone else? Aren't we paying you enough? No, you're not paying me enough that I'm not going to go to Iceland for a week. For other clients that I should have the freedom. I thought I was going to have 3 months to work for. Anyway, that's my gripe. I'll get out of that. Get off my lawn. So we were really tired, and we just said to them, no, there's no 5th season. It's not that we didn't have ideas. It was just, it couldn't do it. And next thing we know, they've taken sort of like season 3, and instead of showing all the episodes, they held 2 back. And then then they showed some episodes of season 4, and they held the rest of it back. And then they said, it's season 5. There it is. We did 5 seasons. I don't know why that was important to them. There may have been some reason, but it escapes me. It was tough. I mean, it's exhilarating in some point. Because you made the work, but at some point you reach this thing where you're like, I can't think anymore, and you're just doing the job, but you're not happy entirely. And also Lionel had passed away, so we were working with a new voice person whose name I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't remember your name. I hope you're not alive to come and haunt me. Oh, maybe if you're a ghost, you haunt me. That'd be okay.
Arthur Anderson was the new voice of Eustace.
Arthur, yes, Arthur Anderson.
He's also passed away, so he can haunt you.
You know, so we were dealing with, like, you know, how do we use tracks of Lionel with the new person who didn't sound quite the same, you know, at all. But, you know, we had a lot, you know, it was a lot of things that happened. I have nothing to say. I mean, he tried. I mean, it was like who we could get. I mean, it was who John picked, and he tried. Lionel was a force to be reckoned with. You know, he hadn't passed. He hadn't passed away yet, but he quit. He wasn't feeling good, and he had some. You know, when you're a voice actor on these shows, I don't know exactly the details. I wasn't part of it. You know, you would have to ask the producer exactly what the contractual details were, but they had to do work for Cartoon Network, not just the show. So all the promos and everything were Cartoon Network people running it, and not John. Those are different people. You know, John would get somebody like Lionel, and he would cast him because Lionel could do the part, not because it was somebody you had to, like, you know, do 20, 30 takes to get one line out of. It was like, oh, this guy could just, you know, he's going to hit it on the first take or the third take at worst. And I heard the takes, and you know, there was frequently, it was, I didn't hear that many takes. I would get the audio, and I would put the audio track together before the actual animatic. Actually, no, I would put it together and drop in the pictures at the same time, just to get the timing. But you know, Lionel and Thea and Marty, they were people who could pretty much do it on very few takes. They were the parts. They knew the parts. They once they started the show, they got through they knew what to do, and they were good at it. But when you get a corporate person who's bringing somebody into a voice session, there's like 3 takes ain't gonna cut it. It looks like they're not doing their job. So they will make you do 30 takes just so they could tell their bosses that, oh, I did the job. I made them do 30 takes. Well, the first one was perfect. What about the other 29? Well, don't talk about these things. This is not something we talk about in corporate settings. And he just basically couldn't. He would come in. He was old, but he would come in and, you know, be finished within an hour. And John would congratulate him, and he felt good. He would go in a session with a Cartoon Network person. I'm not pointing fingers. I don't know the exact. I wasn't there, but you know, they would make him do so many takes, and he was like exhausted. It seemed to be that was the point of contention for Lionel, and he was like, I can work for John, but I can't work for these people. And he quit. He didn't want to do it anymore, so he retired from the show. That's as far as I know what happened. I could be wrong.
Now, Marty, did you experience anything similar to this?
Well, first of all, let me respond to what you just said. And you said we're going to learn things. I did not know that Lionel retired from the role. I thought he died, and that's why he couldn't do the role anymore. And so Arthur Anderson took the role. Didn't Lionel die?
It's a little complicated. From what I can tell, he did die after he retired, but it was in between production seasons. So whether he decided to retire or not, it wouldn't have ultimately mattered.
Did not know that at all. Wow. Oh, man. I did not know that. So the answer to, did I have any problems? I didn't give why. I was tickled to be doing this kind of work. Listen, how old was I? I was like, let's say, you know, in my 40s, you know, it was, you know, and he was in his, 80s? For him, I guess he felt it was overkill. For me, I was tickled that there were going to be commercials, like that I was going to be doing these commercials. I didn't care. I got paid. In my mind, I got paid well. And I knew I was getting all these, you know. First of all, the second season was the most profitable season for me ever as an actor, because not only was I getting all of my money that I was being paid for those recording sessions, but I was also getting all the first season residuals. So I was getting, and those are high residuals. The first early few years of residuals, you're getting a lot of money. Then it goes down and down and down to what it is now, and it stays right at this, deathly low level, but still I get money. I mean, I get a few thousand a year from Courage, getting $6.76 for each cartoon. But it was like, so me, I was like, sure, you need me, you want to use me. So I was just feeling like I'm doing fine. What do I care? I didn't care at all. I had a totally different experience. And anytime I went in, anytime I record, oh, by the way, sometimes they would have me come in and I would be getting a separate recording session fee for the promotions. They would bring me in and have me in, and I would get paid for those. I would get paid for that, for session fees. So I don't know what he's talking. I mean, I don't know what he's talking about. Especially what that would make him retire. What was he worried that between you off the record? You don't have to print it, because I didn't know the guy that well. He seemed like a very nice guy. You're in your 80s. You're being asked to do like what do you mean it's too much for a guy my age? Too much to do what? Say a few lines into a microphone? What the hell? You're not jumping out of a moving car. I mean, and why would you leave I'm shocked from this. Why would you leave the show? You're in your 80s. You're still working as an actor. You're still getting the work. Who do you care? More work. He wasn't a superstar. He wasn't Tom Hanks. So, and you're in your 80s. How many more years you got left? God willing, a lot. But, I would say just keep working. Why would he leave? I'm blown away. You don't have to, whatever you want to do with my response. I don't care if you put that in or not.
Well, that's good because it's staying in. Fair enough that you don't feel that the extra stress was worth retiring over. But does that assessment of them keeping you longer when you're recording promos hold true?
I don't know what he's talking about once again, because I sometimes had to do 10 takes. Usually it was 2 or 3 takes. Sometimes it was 1 take. More often than not, it was 2 or 3. Occasionally, it would be many takes on the same line over and over again. Of you know what? Try it again this way, or try it again that way. A matter of fact, I have a story that seems to rebut that. It was a moment when Courage, I don't know what the episode was, but he pops his head up out of the ground, pops out of this like lush forest with trees around. It's kind of ominous looking, and his head is popped out of the ground, and he goes like this. He's looking around, and he goes, and all he's supposed to go is, right? Something like that. Right? So I remember Peter saying, okay, so you're kind of a little bit confused, but also anxious. So I go, Go, no, you're confused, but I don't hear anxious. I need anxious. No. The too many. First of all, just 1 syllable. You're doing it like, you're doing it like 2 syllables. Just do 1 syllable. And then we said, and then at one point I go, and they go, no, see, you're losing courage. Now we're losing courage. We need to bring it back up. We're losing courage. This went on. I swear I did about 20 takes on that thing. 20 takes on, and at the end they said, I think we got it. Either way, I'm sure we have it in the library anyway. I swear to God, 20 takes on 1 word. Mostly we get it because we know what we're doing. It's not as if it's deliberately set up in those recording sessions that it's understood that 2, 3 takes, maybe a 4th. No, it's not understood at all. Nobody understood any of that. You get it, we move on. If they need more from you, you're being paid. That you got to give them what they want. That's my thinking. Anyway, crazy.
It's actually interesting how different their viewpoints were. One wonders if Lionel had a much different experience being an old school voice actor, and that the sessions back in the 60s were notably easier on him. Meanwhile, Marty, being a newer actor, didn't know anything different. This is how all sessions were. Though there's also just the very real possibility that given Lionel's advancing age and proximity to his death, maybe it was too much for him to handle regardless, and 10 years earlier, this would have been fine.
Unfortunately, we can't ask the guy himself. I wish we could.
Sadly, you're right. One voice actor we really haven't talked about, but was just as pivotal in the show as you guys were, was the late, great Thea White, who voiced Muriel. Can you discuss a little what it was like working with her?
Thea would have had her own special uptake on the whole thing. God bless her. What a funny lady she was. What a terrific, funny lady. You know, when you see Muriel, that is Thea, except that Thea's darker, a little darker than Muriel. But her warmth, her love, totally, that was Thea.
Now, getting back to the accelerated production schedule, Jody, this question will obviously depend on what episode we're referring to and how evolved the score was. But generally speaking, how far along into the production of the episode would you be brought in to start doing the score? And did you notice, much like they were with the writing having to speed up, that your scores had to be sped up too?
I think it depends on what year it was. The first season, we had a little bit leeway, because we would get some animatics so we could look at it. Later on, it became so fast that it would be like we would finish one episode and we'd have to go on to the next. It was like crazy. So I would say the beginning, since we had a little bit of lag time, kind of set the stage. So we kind of got more and more in sync with John and how he wanted to go. And, John is not a musician at all, but he has a lot of music in his head and he hears stuff, but it's kind of like trying to pull the stuff out of him. What are you looking for, John? So we get the emotional content of what he was looking for and we try to match that. So yeah, it was pretty good in the beginning. Then it got crazier and crazier. But by that time we knew well enough. So some of that stuff took like I think the first Snowman episode, for instance, took like a day. We just did it because it had all the ice. So like it had this really cool sample of a very icy sound. So we built it in there and mixed it with Eskimo chants and drums. And put it all together, and it just was so fast. Other episodes took like a week, because they were just so deep, and so they needed so much stuff. And some of the, those shows have like 30 or 40 pieces of music in them. If it wasn't dictated specifically, like for instance, the Ride of the Valkyries, that was very specific. John wanted to do the Ride of the Valkyries, and it couldn't be like Chuck Jones, the Ride of the Valkyries. It had to be something that was really original. So, it took a while to put all that together. It just really depended. I guess, I'm just thinking back as you're asking a question. It just really depended on what it was. We were able to do, some really wacky stuff fast and later faster.
I think that really highlights yours and Andy's musical skills, that no matter how accelerated the production schedule was, you were still writing just as good music. Well, all good things must come to an end, including Courage. But luckily for us, the last episode contains, I think, the two best segments of the entire series, Remembrance of Courage Past and Perfect. Like I said in the second part of the retrospective, I think a lot of people forget how emotional this show could be. They just think of it as the scary show. So it might be really surprising that the scary show doesn't end with a scary episode, both segments are emotional, heartfelt episodes front and center. I'm man enough to admit, even nearing 30, both of these still get me misty-eyed anytime I watch them. So let's break them down in the order they aired. First up, we have Remembrance of Courage Past. This segment opens up with Courage eager to eat his favorite meal made by Muriel.
Yes, Courage, the chicken dumplings are just about done. I know they're your favorite.
As he eagerly eats it, he pours himself a big glass of milk, and on the carton notices a series of missing dog posters. Courage goes into a catatonic trance, and we see a flashback of Courage as a puppy playing with his parents in a park.
Henry.
Of course, this being Courage, something bad happens, and he has to be taken to the vet. While there, the vet ominously asks his parents to come with him in the next room.
May I talk with the two of you for a moment in private?
The flashback ends with Courage witnessing his parents caught in a net by the vet and being taken deeper into the clinic. Back in the present, Courage remains catatonic, even ignoring Eustace's abuse, staying in the same position all night. The next morning, Muriel is very concerned about Courage, and we see that even Eustace's Ooga Booga Booga mask doesn't scare or faze him for the only time in the entire series.
I think it's time we took Courage to the vet.
We then cut to Courage screaming in panic as he realizes this is the same veterinary clinic as in the flashback. Courage attempts to run away from the vet, which triggers another flashback in which he sees his parents being forced into a giant rocket ship. As the countdown nears 0, he attempts in vain to rescue the parents. Unfortunately, before he can free them, Courage is spotted by the mad vet, whom then chases the young pup around the launch pad. Courage is then forced to escape via a nearby trash chute. Outside the veterinarian's office, he can only helplessly watch as his parents are launched into space. Back in the present, the vet captures Courage, forces him into another rocket, and Muriel and Eustace discover this and are captured by the vet as well, who reveals that he's actually a mad scientist with a goal of breeding superior dogs in space. When he tries to force Eustace and Muriel into the rocket, Courage is able to escape and then free the pair while trapping the vet in his own rocket. It's a nice parallel that Courage's successful attempt to rescue his adoptive parents, Muriel and Eustace, mirrors his failed attempt to save his parents back when he was a puppy, so therefore we can see that he's able to let go of the guilt he has felt over all these years. After the rocket launches, sending the vet into space, Muriel praises Courage for saving the day.
Courage, I knew you could do it.
This triggers another flashback showing us puppy Courage one last time, crying in the alley behind the vet. When a younger Muriel finds him and comforts the crying puppy, commenting on how brave he is to be here.
What courage you have. Would you like to come home with me? I'll call you Courage. We'll have a grand time.
So it's at this point we realize that this is the extended origin story of what we've seen in the opening credits of every single episode.
Abandoned as a pup, he was found by Muriel.
It also explains where Courage got his name in a way that is just so sweet and loving. It really just makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside. The episode ends with the trio at home as they wonder what happened to the vet. We then see the rocket has crash landed on the moon, with a pack of very angry dogs, including Courage's parents, ready to attack the vet. So this segment is just all around great, and it's my personal favorite of the series. Taking a throwaway joke of Courage being abandoned as a puppy and turning it into this really soulful story about the loss of his parents, the guilt he's felt all these years, but at the same time, showing us the beginning of that very loving relationship between him and Muriel, and also that the name we always just thought was an ironic joke that he was named Courage actually was the first of many acts of love she showed Courage, is just really wonderful. So, John, what was the creation of this segment like?
Yeah, I always knew that Courage was an orphan, and to be abandoned, all of these things are so natural for childhood. You know, the fear of abandonment and the loss of love. And being a dog, it was so easy to work through that. You know, a child's point of view or feelings, what little I knew about it because I wasn't a child, but I was projecting, you know, fears that I had when I was a child.
The other segment that was paired with this was perfect. And as heavy as it can get, it is, and no pun intended, the perfect way to have ended the series. The segment opens up with Eustace berating Courage for messing up all of his chores around the farm.
Stupid dog! You did it wrong! Just like you painted the chicken coop wrong!
And you did a lousy job repairing the windmill. You can't do nothing right, you amateur. You ought to go to right thing doing school. Someone who'll make you perfect.
Conversely, we see when he messes up cooking with Muriel, she always sees the brighter side and doesn't blame him.
Oh, well. Don't worry, Courage. This time you crush the nuts and I'll bread the fish.
Courage leaves the room and encounters the villain of the episode, an old-fashioned schoolmarm who immediately criticizes Courage.
You are a disgrace.
The schoolmarm then begins taunting Courage, saying that he'll never be perfect.
That is no way to stand. I want to see perfect posture. Shoulders back, chin out, ears up, and walk.
We see a series of lessons being taught to Courage on how to be perfect, which despite his best effort, he still fails at.
Look at the work of another of my pupils. A perfect pupil. Yours is decidedly not perfect.
That night, a very clearly distressed Courage keeps having nightmares in various animation styles about him constantly failing.
You're not perfect.
These nightmares highlight the use of mixed media that I've mentioned previously in the retrospective. We get CGI, claymation, stop motion, and just 2D animation that looks like paper cutouts, and a whole host of others, all in about like a minute and a half. What's really impressive here is, most shows wouldn't have gone through the effort of showing multiple nightmares. They would have shown one and that would have been it, and you still get the idea that Courage is afraid of failure. Here, though, we get multiple, where we keep seeing him failing in different ways. This is really great because it highlights the impact the lessons the schoolmarm is teaching has on Courage, that his head is now just filled with thoughts of failure. The episode ends with a deeply shaken and sleep-deprived Courage going to the bathroom before his final exam to determine if he's perfect. While in there, he sees the fish the trio was meant to eat for dinner that night swimming in the bathtub, which then gives him some words of encouragement.
There's no such thing as perfect. You're beautiful as you are, Courage. With all your imperfections, you can do anything.
As Courage leaves the bathroom, Muriel offers him some baklava, noting that it's not very good, but still finding the brighter side in it. And Eustace, who's been attempting to fix a broken horn throughout the episode, happily is ready to start a band despite it still being broken. It's a really great moment because we get to see the fish's words of encouragement about perfection not mattering in practice with Eustace and Muriel. Back in the attic, Courage, now more confident, goes in to take his final exam, and even though he doesn't do it perfectly, he still completes the task.
I don't see a 6 here.
The schoolmarm freaks out over his imperfection, and then this causes her to melt like the Wicked Witch of the West. The episode, and thus the series, ends with our trio happily eating dinner, content in their perfectly imperfect lives. Okay, I swear I'm not trying to make a joke here, but I truly think it's perfect that the scariest thing in this episode comes from Courage's own self-doubt and neuroses that have been built up about him thinking he's a failure. We've all felt the pressure to try and be perfect, and we all know the crushing feeling that we have when we don't achieve that. Hell, in even trying to do this retrospective, I've been ripping my hair out and stressing for months trying to figure out how to make it, well, perfect. So if a nearly 30-year-old can find reassurance and comfort in this episode, you can only imagine how great this must be for the target audience. Put yourself in the mindset that you were back in grade school. Not too long prior to that, you were a toddler who really didn't have much pressure in your life whatsoever. Now you're at school, and yeah, there's still a lot of fun stuff. It's not like adulthood, but they've gone from 0 to 60 pretty quick. Now you have a teacher potentially like that school marm trying to force you into a very rigid set of rules. Make sure you color in the lines. Make sure you get 100 on this test. Make sure you get perfect attendance. Make sure you stay in line as you go to your classes, and so forth and so on. That's a lot of pressure to put on little kids as they're just learning the basics of life. Now comes this episode, which reassures them that you're beautiful the way you are, that you don't need to change, that there's no such thing as perfect, so don't worry about it. The pairing of these two segments together to make the final episode, I think, is just dynamite, and to me, makes it the best episode of the series, and like I said, my personal favorite. But I'm not alone in that summation, because this is the highest ranked episode on IMDb. So, John, I have to congratulate you and the team. You literally went out on top.
Well, that's a pity because I really wanted to do a 5th season, but the show proved a challenge for the new management at the time. And when I learned that we weren't going to get a 5th season, it was vital, don't you think, Andrew, to write that last episode that would shed more on the history of the characters and what the little dog meant. And what was so lovely is that I engaged a mentor of mine, the filmmaker Michael Sporn, who really gave me among my early breaks. He would adapt children's books into animated films, and he was also nominated for an Oscar for Abel's Island. And I had a great time. And so I was able to reciprocate by having him do this whole sequence where Courage is just a little pup with his parents.
Now, Jody, to me, a major aspect of why I love these episodes so much is your musical score. How do you view these episodes?
The thing is, I agree with you, because looking back, it was like, wow, what a fitting ending to, the 4th season. I mean, they were just brilliant. Andy and I said, okay, this is when Courage is a little kid. So what do we do here? Okay, we will play the Courage theme on children's instruments.
Baby, you're supposed to catch the ball. All right.
So we bought a little tiny piano, literally, a little tiny piano, and played the Courage theme on it. And similarly, in Perfect, I played Twinkle Twinkle Little Star Mozart, or A, B, C, D, E, F, G, because it was, a school marm, and it made sense.
You're late. Be perfectly quiet. Sit up straight. There is going to be a surprise final exam today. If you don't get a perfect score on this exam, there will be consequences.
But each time it was played, it got darker and more kind of fucked up, and it was like, so it was, they told the story, the story was there if you want to look at it. And, David and I are like brothers from another mother. We're really close. And it's kind of like we were congratulating each other, without even really working together. We've since worked on a lot of stuff together. But that time, he was writing these scripts that were like butter. I mean, they just made so much sense, and they were so dark and crazy and, fun at the same time.
I can speak for a lot of people and say these did sound great, and then some. Now, to your point of playing the Courage theme on a children's piano, that brings up something I'd like to discuss. There's several examples throughout this episode and through the series in general where you would have to play music beautifully crappy is how I would describe it. And I have the utmost respect for a musician who can do that. Being able to play something that's considered bad, but not so bad people want to turn off the TV, really has to take a lot of talent. So what was the process of writing scores like this, and how much trial and error was involved in it?
It's really like, it's almost like I've got to get back to the same thing. Like, what does this need? Okay, this needs to be a little bit more primitive. This doesn't need to be this glorious celestial, thing going on. We're writing, Beethoven or Mozart or something. This has to be something kind of really goofy. So we kind of did like some ham-fisted stuff. So I had a piano that had a broken block, and that meant that it was impossible to tune. And so therefore it was in the studio with us. And as the years went by during Courage, it got worse and worse, so that you can hear various, times in the show where it's just out of tune and terrible. It doesn't matter what we played on, it would still sound terrible. So that was kind of the way that the thing developed. And it was like, in the case of something like Perfect, there were times when it was beautifully played and then times when it was really crappily played. And it sort of mirrored what was going on, with the characters. And so therefore, I don't even think about it. I mean, Andy Ezrin is an incredible musician. He's incredible. He's played with everybody. He's played with Sting. He's played with Herbie Hancock. I mean, he's incredible, and right now he's off on the road with Madeline Perot. He's really good. And, he can literally play anything. But if he has to play stupid, he's totally into it. He'll play stupid, and we'll put like bad notes in, and if it's something that would be like, for instance, if it was something that needed to be deconstructed, so I would have Andy play it into the computer really beautifully, and then I would mess it up. I would take notes out. I would make notes flat or sharp. I would just make them all messed up. So he didn't have to think about it. And when he heard it back, he'd laugh. So it was, it was whatever happened. So yeah, it's kind of like, also, there are things that we would do too, where like Andy doesn't play guitar. I don't play flute. So there were episodes where he played guitar and I played flute, and it was terrible. We just didn't know we didn't know really how to make it work. So we did it and it made the structure of the score just really childlike and fun, because we were really trying, we really tried to play it, but we couldn't play it. So who cares? Just stuff like that, where it just was messed up. And I think people really love that.
Like I said, that's a real talent that I can appreciate as an adult. Unfortunately, a lot of the complexity was lost on me as a kid, because I joked that I was pretty tone deaf. My musical experience was playing Hot Cross Buns very badly on the trumpet. And while I still haven't advanced past Hot Cross Buns, I can now appreciate it more. You have to make it sound bad, but not like a cat running across a keyboard bad, and I have the utmost respect for that. The only other example that I can think besides you guys that did it quite as well was in the first final episode of Futurama, where Christopher Ting first has to establish Fry's ineptitude in music. Then utilizing it to create a very simple childlike score, which is thematically very appropriate in its crafting of a beautiful and tender ending to the series.
Please don't stop playing, Fry. I want to hear how it ends.
Which to me is one of the best moments of the entire series, and much like here with yours and Andy's score, it's also one of the best moments of the entire series.
I really think that the whole idea of being an amateur or being primitive within the confines of what you're talking about, I think that it just brings something to it. It brings a kind of humanity to it. It's not perfect, but so what? It's good. there's a lot of real interesting things inside the show. For instance, Linda Semensky, who was the head of Cartoon Network at the time, really was instrumental, and she's a very good friend of Jean's, was instrumental in getting the show on. And so she plays sitar. So Muriel plays sitar. And that a good deal of the music that's played when Muriel first sits down and starts playing sitar is Linda Semensky. In the show, The Great Fusilli, that's actually Courage playing drums. That's Marty Grabstein, who came into the studio and was hanging, and he used to be a drummer in high school. So he said, look, take a snare drum and just start banging some stuff, and we're going to put it in. So it became part of the theme for Fusilli, and it just felt very amateurish and very fun and added just to this flavor, you know, to have somebody who's an amateur sitar player or an amateur drummer, or there were a couple of other people that came in. I'm trying to remember now, but yeah, it was just cool because it made something really special, and they loved doing it. They're really into doing it.
Yeah, and that works so well because, you know, Muriel's an amateur. She's not great, so doesn't need to be great. And with Fusilli, he's just a con man. He's putting in the bare minimum amount of effort to make sure his con works, and anything beyond that isn't necessary. So again, it's not very good.
Exactly right. That's really, that hits the nail on the head. I agree. It's not the most polished thing. And sometimes not the most polished thing works really well. We did a lot of stuff that was really, you know, crazy that nobody did before. Like we did this thing, it was in The Beaver's Tale and in Conway the Contaminationist, where either Andy and I would depress the sustain pedals on the piano, and I would run my nail across the strings and would create this weird cacophonous sound.
Eustace, you sweep the porch like I asked you.
Yeah. Hey, when we get a lake?
A lake? Gorgeous. But where do you suppose it came from?
Who cares? It's mine now.
And we do all these weird things on the piano, and the guy's like pulling his hair out thinking we're going to smash his strings right. I would drop a tuning fork or a pencil on it or something, and we record it. It's like some John Cage classical music from the 1950s or 60s or something. But what was cool about it was, in The Beaver's Tale, it sounded like the surface of the water. It was like, you know, you had this water that suddenly filled up nowhere. Or in Conway the Contaminationist, it was just dark, just this bouncy, polluted sounding thing.
Out with the good air, in with the bad. Out with the good air, in with the bad.
You know, we did everything that we could to get out of the idea that we were doing a regular score for a cartoon, that we're doing da 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 da. You know, we did those too. You know, it was kind of like we did whatever. I love doing the opposite also. So a lot of the stuff that when you're saying, oh yeah, that was perfect, it might have been the opposite, but it just worked. You know, like we would try different stuff. And that particular stuff was also really part and parcel, the experimental nature of Courage. And John would love that when we do something really crazy. He would love that. So we got away with it.
So now the series is over, but before we get into any other topics, there's one thing I do want to bring up in depth now. As I've mentioned, more casual fans of the show seem to just remember Courage as being the scary series, which, like I said, the majority of the episodes are, so there is part of me that gets that. But it also really pains me that episodes like Last of the Star Makers, Remembrance of Courage Past, The Mask, and Perfect are really not brought up as often as something like Freaky Fred or Curse of King Ramses. So John, do you think the perception that a lot of people have that this is just the scary show is an unfair representation?
The show had so many dimensions. It's open for whatever group is interested. Of course, horror is easy. And when you mix horror with comedy, it becomes a kind of novelty. So no.
Now, Marty, I see that you're pondering the question. What are your thoughts?
I think it's actually very good for it to be known as being a scary show because it gives it that edge. And you need an edge anyway for posterity to kick in, I think, for real posterity to kick in. So the idea that, that it's scary, it's this wonderful cartoon with this little pink dog jumping up and down in the middle of nowhere. And the music is and God bless Jody Gray and Andy Ezra for the music they did, very upbeat. And then they would make it scary sounding sometimes, right? But I think the scary part, let that be what brings people in, and then let them be pleasantly surprised with the Hunchback of Nowhere, not looking for, sometimes it's hard, but like, oh, shoot, this was unconventional, so keeping people guessing. But, to bring people in, I think what kept it alive as much as it did, was that it was more, scary, and that even, Scooby, it's an empire. I mean, Scooby-Doo, but all of the scary things were costumed, people in costumes, whereas Courage's monsters were real. So I kind of dug that. So it was a little bit more like not only for kids, kind of a little bit more. With Scooby-Doo was more mainly for kids, really, mostly, And then people look back on it and they get a kick out of it because they remember, Whereas I think, I mean, there are people that can watch Courage, not kids, that could get a kick out of it, I think, like Bugs Bunny a little bit in that respect,
Now, Jody, you were in an interesting position because the tone of your scores was dictated by the scripts. And I have to say, I think your emotional scores are the best of the series, personally, especially the two-parters where you got to be more cinematic and really play with them. So does it ever bother you that these more cinematic, tender scores don't get as much attention as something like Freaky Fred or The Curse of King Ramses?
That's a really good question. One of the things that we get a lot of accolades for is The Last of the Star Makers. People love that theme. That solo piano stuff. And so I would say that while the majority love the really dark, scary, ironic, weird stuff, people are always citing The Last of the Star Makers as one of the most, somebody said, it's like the most beautiful score on television. No, I don't think so. I'm not going to accept that, but thank you.
That might have been me, actually.
But, it's just really, but it's also, that stuff's baked into the, what it is. And, there is some dark stuff in that. Obviously, the Star Maker passes away and lays eggs. And, there's the army stuff in that episode. Yeah, it's the same thing with that you mentioned earlier, Hunchback. It's the same kind of thing. We get a lot of, because of that bell theme and that lovely interaction between Courage and the Hunchback in the barn and stuff, So, that episode had a lot of darkness in it too. But I guess the point is, it's kind of like, I do get and now that I think about it, a lot of people do mention that stuff. Maybe not as much as they mentioned Freaky Fred or Jalost or the stuff that you would think they would all, mention. But that stuff is so strange in many ways, But I don't know. I guess I'll take accolades anywhere. If people are really into something,
Okay, so I'm technically going out of order with this next topic, but I refuse to allow this to be the last thing we discuss. So yes, let's dive into a crossover movie with Scooby-Doo that shall remain nameless. Straight out of nowhere, Scooby-Doo Meets Courage the Cowardly Dog was released in 2021, and outside of Jody and Andy coming back to do the music, Marty Thea and frequent guest voice actor Paul Scheffler doing the voices, none of the creative team, including John, David, or William, were asked to come back.
I'm curious, when you're saying, is that based on your opinion of it, or I'm not fishing for anything here. I'm just curious.
Well, first, I want to say no disrespect to the filmmakers. I don't actually think they were sitting around rubbing their hands together evilly, plotting on how to screw over John, David, or William, or anything like that. That obviously came from higher up decisions. These were just the guys who got hired to do it. This came out in an era where Scooby-Doo and a lot of other Hanna-Barbera properties are just cashing in on nostalgia, but not really paying respect to what they're cashing in on. I don't know if we actually needed this crossover the same way we didn't need Tom and Jerry meeting Willy Wonka or Scooby-Doo returning to Zombie Island. Yeah, you probably could do really good stories with any of those crossovers, but let's be honest, none of these stories were being told particularly because someone at Warner Brothers had a really good story they wanted to tell. Just someone at Warner Brothers thought, hey, we can cash in on that nostalgia. That's the thing. They didn't care if they're particularly good or not. They want to be able to have the thumbnail that says, ooh, Scooby-Doo meets Courage the Cowardly Dog, and people will click on it. And that's my problem. If you're going to bring Courage back after 20 years, make it good. So, David, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, it's interesting to hear you say that, and gratifying isn't the word. I mean, do I wish I'd worked on it? Maybe. It's an interesting challenge. How do you fit those two worlds together? And I probably, would, eventually figure out a way that worked for me. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult. And really, I'll mention again, I mean, just to, so that we're not just ragging on this movie done by very, talented people. What we had at Cartoon Network when we were doing Courage, and what everyone else, at that time had, and Linda Semensky was someone who was running the network with courage. And I didn't even think about that word when I said it just now. She had the courage that few executives have, which is let the people you've entrusted with a lot of money to make television shows, let them do their jobs, give them room. You're giving them room, or you're giving them rope with which to hang themselves. And it was the show that had the least amount of network notes and changes. It was most of the notes that I was dealing with were John's. Occasionally the network would say something, but one of my favorite notes from the network, and this was from Standards and Practices, a little anecdote. I think is it in Courage in the Big Stinking City? He's going to a room, and and the room number or the address of the place, I forget, was a room number or a street address, was 666. And the note was, this is, this really speaks to devil worship and Satanism, and we think it better not to have it in the show, which that didn't come from Linda necessarily, against Standards and Practices, but I laughed at it, thinking about all of the twisted stuff that we've had in the show. This number was, so I said, okay, can we make it 666 and a half? And they said, yeah, that's fine. You just made a joke even better. I don't even know what the half means, but it's like 666 and a little more evil, half of a point more evil than just plain 666. And yeah, that stands out as like one of the biggest notes we got, and it allowed us to flourish.
Now, William, I'm gonna guess you're a pretty big fan of this, right?
No. That was a mistake. I mean, I understand the marketing people wanting this to happen because they got their channel, and they got to have somebody watch their stupid channel. But the first reaction I had when I heard about it was like, why can't they live in their own worlds? Their worlds don't intermingle, and the only gag I came up with that I thought was okay. Everything was about the Scooby-Doo gang getting completely demolished because they think everybody's like wearing a mask. So, but I was, my thing was just like, they come up and the snowman's there and one of them goes, "Oh, you're just wearing a mask." And they lift the snowman's head up and his head is like, there's no head under there. And the head starts talking to them, ha ha ha, just not, whatever his Sean Connery accent.
Showing great minds think alike, this gag was actually used in Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island to lampoon the mask trope. One could imagine the gag being enhanced by the snowman scolding the Scooby Gang, as William suggested.
But it was like two worlds that they don't belong together. It's like, except in a marketer's mind. And that's the thing is like, how do you balance marketing, the need to make money, the need to cover your costs? I mean, an animated series that is not cheap. No matter how much they try to rip us off when we're working, it's still not cheap. It's still, you've got to pay people and it adds up and you've got to figure out a way, like, how am I going to make the most money out of this and not get fired? Well, they all get fired eventually anyway. So maybe it's a pointless task for the executives, but there is a lot of, balance in there. And versus the creativity and the commercial nature of this whole thing.
Yeah, that's the really interesting thing about this, because yes, there's diehard fans and the show is available on streaming and DVD, but they haven't really done much with this brand. There's not reboots like with Samurai Jack or Powerpuff Girls. And it doesn't seem to air that often anymore. So I really wonder how many kids who were meant to watch this had really any real frame of reference who Courage was.
The same time that was happening was when they were coming to us to revive this series about 4 or 5 years ago. And John and I put a lot of work into it. He drew an animatic. We put that together. We did voices. Thea was there, and then they changed their mind. We wrote a bunch of episodes. We had the whole season planned out as story stuff, and we made an animatic. And I think one of the two things happened. Everyone who came up with the idea was fired, and then the new people were like, nothing. We don't use other people's ideas. We're going to come up with new ideas. Or they just decided that it wasn't the time. But that was the same area that this Courage Scooby-Doo combo movie was come up with, and they may have had some sort of overriding plan. And they did the movie themselves over in LA. It was all their people, so they had a lot more control over it than these two old wackos who coming up with the same weird stuff.
Yeah, and that's why I feel bad continuously harping on it. I'm sure they're really great people, but they just didn't understand Courage. And like I said, at the same time, I'm sure you could do a good movie with this, but you probably shouldn't. Scooby and Courage should just live in their own separate universes and only really cross over for a promo or the occasional bumper.
Dig this, Yappy Dog. We'll handle all the creepy villain angles on this network.
Well, Yappy Dog.
Stupid dog! You made me miss who the villain was.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, Courage. It's only the Cartoon Network.
Now I'll never get to sleep.
Now, Marty, obviously you worked on this, so despite my misgivings for the movie in general, you still gave a really good performance. So what was it like coming back all these years later?
That movie, because John was not involved in it, I think that was by his design, or that he didn't agree with, he didn't like this is what I got from him. And listen, he's a real artist. I mean, John is an artist. He's not a pompous or, celebrity type. I'm so important. He's an artist. He's got a lot of love. He does it for love of the game. He made a lot of money, I'm sure, off this damn thing, but it sounds to me like he'll turn down money if it doesn't quite hit him the right way. And so I have a lot of respect for John and what he does with that. And I think he didn't like the crossover idea. He doesn't think that two universes should be together. You know, John and I appeared along with Thea and Paul Scheffler in this Galaxy Con when the talk of the Scooby-Doo movie. He knew we had said yes. Thea and I both did it. How wonderful was that she got to do Courage one last time, right? As that turned out. John said that
I wouldn't suggest that, let's say, any one of our esteemed personalities get mutated or deformed with some other to offer a novelty of the original. I'm happy with the original.
Of course.
That being said, how excited I was that this movie took place in Courage's universe, pretty much. The Scooby-Doo people visited his universe. So they kept a lot of the essence of Courage's life. And yes, there were certain things that had to be somewhat watered down just a little bit, but I think they were pretty damn good with considering that it was a crossover. I think they pretty much honored Courage beautifully in that movie. And well, I don't want, if anybody hasn't seen it, then I don't want to give it away, but I will tell you that in the wrap up, Courage figures extraordinarily importantly in the climax of the film. Let's put it that way without saying anything. I don't want to give it away. But what I love personally about that, going back to our previous conversation, John wasn't involved in it. The people there that were, worked with me on it, and they actually did put words. Courage did have it was more like the way you suggested maybe it should have been done. 50% less than it had been in the early phrases, but still having him say lines sometimes.
Spiders! Yeah! Grab the wheel. Okay. Me too. Look! No mercy! Space aliens! It worked! Zoinks! Courage! That's me! Courage! Courage, Scooby-Doo! Good night, folks! Bye!
And that is how the movie was done. I was tickled from that personally, between you and me and anybody else who's listening to this lovely podcast.
Well, thank you for sharing that. But like I said, even though I might not like it, and I don't think it has really good creativity not having John, David, or William in it, I will say when they do get something right, and in this case, it's your vocal performance, they do get it right. So I have to give it credit for that at least. Also, I know we've been hearing it throughout this retrospective, but I do have to say it is super impressive to hear how easily you slid back into that role after like a 20-year break.
I had still done a few, like there was still like these promo spots that went in 2004 and 2005, and so I still came in every once in a while to promote the reruns and things like that. And so occasionally, but yes, certainly after 2005, nothing at all. But I guess that's where the convention world comes in. I only started doing that actually 6 years ago. So in that I have to kind of do this. I gotta go all the things I do for love. Yeah, I have to do that. So I've been working on that for the last 6 years. So I think it kind of helped me probably with the movie.
You do have to warm up the vocal cords to scream.
Yeah.
So Jody, outside of the voice actors, you and Andy are the only crew members from the original series to work on this movie. What were your experiences like on it, and how do you view it overall?
And it's like we did a lot of Easter eggs and a lot of different things in it, but it's like a totally different thing. It's not Courage the Cowardly Dog. It's Scooby with Courage. The animation styles, they blended really, really well together. And I think the production guys did a really good job, but it's not the same thing. It's just not the same thing. And I hope it was successful for them. I was happy to do it. I just thought it's wonderful that Thea got a last shot. at being Muriel, because she's so wonderful. She's so wonderful. I wish everybody could have hung out with her for about 5 minutes, because she was the sweetest person in the world. So I don't know. Every once in a while they talk about bringing Courage back and all that kind of stuff, but slowly but surely, stuff fades. I don't know if you can reboot that.
So now to close out on the last Courage content actually sanctioned by John. John, in 2013, you wrote and directed an 8-minute CGI short called The Fog of Courage. So what was it like coming back to the series all these years later? And is it true that this was meant to be a potential pilot for a revival?
The Fog of Courage was an initiative done in Hong Kong by Turner Asia, and they wanted to continue Courage. I don't think they understood why the network wasn't doing anymore. And they loved it for their market. And it was their intention to do it in CG, which I was fine with. Cartoon Network didn't have anything to do with it. They didn't support it. They didn't want it to happen. But Turner Asia found the money to make the pilot by not making another cartoon that they were involved in. So they just reallocated the money so that I could do it. And I produced it I did a lot of it in Spain, working with Betty Close, a CG producer. And then we went to Singapore and they did the heavy lifting. And when we finished it, the executives from Hong Kong were called into Los Angeles, and there was no more Courage. Instead, it got stuck on a Scooby-Doo video.
So that, for the time being, is the last of Courage. We're left with 52 really great episodes, 2 fantastic short films, and the crossover movie of Scooby-Doo. So now I want to focus on the legacy of the show and the fan reactions to it all these years later. So David, do you have any interactions with fans that stick out in your mind?
I don't know if I saw it or Jody was telling me about it, but there was an interview with Billy Bob Thornton and Angelina Jolie. And it was, if I remember correctly, or if I was told this correctly, he said, "Oh, we'd love to," he put it very bluntly, there might be children watching this, and of course I don't want to.
I doubt it, and if they are, the hell with them.
He said, "Yeah, sometimes we fuck and then just watch Courage the Cowardly Dog." And I thought, wow, that's a pretty interesting 3-way right there. It's like they're having sex and then they like to chill. So about Netflix and chill, this is chill and Courage.
Oh God, that is just too perfect. I mean, that had to be really surreal to have like a super famous person talking about your work like that.
This is at the risk of name dropping, I had Sigourney Weaver hug me because my son was in school with her daughter, and he knew that and they were like 11 at the time. And we knew that the daughter was a Courage fan. And then I met Sigourney Weaver at sort of a parents' meeting when I was introduced to her. And this was while Courage was in production. I said, "I'm Julian's dad." And she threw her arms around me and said, "Oh God, we love your show." And I was like, Sigourney Weaver, if I ever thought about meeting you, it didn't go like this. It would be me telling you how much I love your stuff. You don't know. You just don't know who's watching. And it doesn't, whether it's sort of the excitement of someone like Sigourney Weaver saying, "I love your show," or somebody saying, a fan coming out of nowhere or on a podcast saying, "This show got me through some really dark times and it kept me laughing." When you're doing a show, you're so wrapped up in getting it done. You really don't know who it's reaching, and it's easy to say that's better than residuals. In a way, it is. I mean, I guess residuals will help you through life. It'll help you pay for bills, whereas feeling good about what you've done, makes you feel better about life, or the life you've chosen. I'm just thrilled to know that there are so many stories that I will never know. So many lives that things that I've done have affected, so it really guides me further through, what I do now. And also reflecting on the fact that when you do this kind of thing for a living and your kids are 11 years old, you're embarrassed by your parents at that age. So it didn't matter that I was working on a show that was very popular among his friends. He didn't want me to mention it at all. And then I did mention it when I had a car load full of his friends. I said, sorry, Julian, I just have to ask your friends a question. Do any of you watch Courage the Cowardly Dog? And they all kind of exploded with glee. And it was kind of a breakthrough moment, I think, for Julian and me, my son, when he realized, wow, what my dad does is popular with my friends. And the number one fear is that your parents are going to embarrass you in front of your friends, And when I say that, it brings me back to Courage and just how much of my life actually found its way into the show. And how many of my own demons I exorcised, which I didn't even realize while I was doing it. I realize it more now, and I realize it more when I'm talking to fans who've had experience with the show. And I'm like, well, writing can be therapeutic. Just finishing the fucking script and getting it in on time is even more therapeutic. But it's only now in reflection, when I think about certain episodes or, moments where I say, okay, what would happen now? And I reach into my life and say, well, something that happened to one of my kids. This is more common for episodes of Arthur that I wrote, but even with Courage, it's like, how would my son react to this? How would I react to this if I were that character? Because as you're writing, you're becoming each character. Again, you have to write from the inside out. Sometimes it startles me to see what I come up with. And 20 years later, it startles me to realize, oh my God, I was telling a story about myself there and I didn't realize it.
Now, Marty, were you at all aware of how big this show was, or did that come only really when you started doing the conventions?
Really, it was the conventions. Not that I knew it was successful, because it went 4 seasons. And I know that when I would run into people and I would say I did it, I would hear some inklings of, oh my God, really? And I was saying, oh, wow, they really loved it. I'd hear it. But at the conventions, it's just like, you see all these people that are, and sometimes they're lined up, which is really what, if it's a big convention, sometimes I'll get like lines and stuff, So that's like, oh my God, how wonderful that is. I never tire of that. That's, forget about that. There's the financial remuneration of it, the pleasure of seeing people, and that I made, my performance of this wonderful character that was supplied to me by John Dilworth and all the people that created that show and made it such a wonderful show, that somehow me bringing that character to life, made a difference in people's lives. That makes me really happy, just, in general, going beyond the finances,
All right, so I think we're at the final question. So we're 28 years removed from the original short and nearly 25 years from the series premiere. Looking back on everything we've discussed in this retrospective and reflecting on everything about the series, what do you think its legacy is?
I think, whether it has influenced a lot of animators and a lot of other folks, creative folks, I think that part of the legacy is that I think it has influenced some people. A lot of, up and coming people have asked me a lot of questions or done interviews about that. And I know John has had that. John has mentored some people. I think it kind of changed the landscape of humor for a little window. I don't know if something like that could be made now again, which kind of makes me sad, because there's so much political correctness, in the world and stuff. I think it just kind of changed. It kind of changed the language, and I think you'll see, maybe looking back and double this time in 50 years or something, I think people are going to go, wow, this is extraordinary. I mean, I'm so happy that it's still around, after 20 years, and that people really love it. But I don't know, I think it's done some really good things as far as an iconic show. I wish I knew. It's like Crick Falusi as well. You know, I don't know if you could go back and do this stuff. You know, that was, they were very thoughtful people at the head of Cartoon Network. And they let John have an incredibly long leash. And I'm pretty sure they knew what they were getting into. You know, John was not a quiet guy about, you know, his opinions about anything, you know. So I hope that it continues to infect people, you know, as the years go on, you know, because I think it's definitely just so brilliant and such a wonderful show. I'm not, you know, speaking out of turn. I'm so proud to have been part of it. It was a wonderful experience, but it's just too bad, because I think that there's more than anything, you're right. There are gay characters. There's a lot of other stuff going on, you know, but there's a kind of a carefulness of stuff. You know, it's not like you said, it's not like boom. Some of the stuff is covert, but it's like covert overt. It's just like in your face, you know. And Courage was in your face completely. And Courage was also such a lovely, lovely character. You know, you know, some of the things that were so great was, you know, when Courage sewed up the hole in the ozone layer, you know, I mean, that kind of stuff is like, that's John, you know. Let's do something where Courage sews up the ozone layer, you know.
Wow, that's a question. I think I want people to remember the show for its open. It's actually, I think it was an openness. There's openness to that show. I'm sure there's other shows since then that have replicated it, you know, in their own way. But you know, the idea is that you know, nothing in that show was like rote. I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, Courage is going to scream. We know that. That's rote. You know, Muriel's going to get kidnapped by a goose god. That's rote. You know, or whatever. But you know, the rest of the thing, all the different concepts. I mean, I think there was a lot of things coming from a lot of different directions in the show, and you know, the show was probably more psychological than a lot of shows. I can't say that's good or bad, but John certainly gave it that edge, and I think that's you know, more of a legacy than maybe, you know, a gag or two that you know, one of us came up with. You know, so I mean, I have my favorite episodes, but you know, I worked on them, and I have some sort of connection to those more than other episodes. So that's my legacy. It's like, I like that episode, you know, Courage versus Mecha Courage. That's my personal favorite, but that's because my contribution, I feel proud of it. I mean, I don't know, you know, I could ask it of you, because you're from a generation that grew up watching it. And, you know, when you're from the inside, you don't quite always have the same, you know, it doesn't hit you the same. It's like, you know, there's a spoon hiding behind that part of the set. You know, it's like, oh, why didn't I move that spoon? No one can see it, but I should have moved it. I mean, yeah, I've met filmmakers like that. You know, it's like, you know, they can't divorce themselves from the physical making of their product. So I don't know how to say it. I just feel that I hope that other people in the future who get to do a series or animation, you know, look at the visuals, look at the fact that we weren't, you know, filling the thing up, unlike me talking with constant talk. You know, that's one of my complaints of stuff I've seen recently. It's just everyone's talking nonstop, and we would slow down. We would have quietness. We would have beautiful visuals. We would have just animation, you know, just physical animation, which is our Warner Brothers, you know, influence. Was that, you know, Warner Brothers cartoon wasn't nonstop talk. Nonstop talk is to save money. quite frankly. I mean, I can't, I can complain about it, but I also understand the realities of not, it's cheaper to hire the guy who does the lip reading thing, or I forget the name of the, I worked in the business. I don't even know the names of some of these jobs anymore. But that talking saves time in terms of it saves money. But it is also, I think I would hope that there would be shows that would be like, people would look at it and say, oh, we use our eyes too. It's not just our ears.
Lately, I've done several interviews like this of different forms, and it really fills my heart. Your reaction to the show was my experience writing it in many cases. I treasure being able to sort of reconnect with myself through experiences like this. So thank you so much for thank you and all of the fans for paying attention, and the details and Courage, but also the very clear center of the show, which had a lot to do with heart and love and the things we do for that, and that we can, with love for another person, perhaps, we can overcome a lot of our fears and a lot of our, you got to put them aside. But yeah, there was a lot of heart in the show, and heart is really at the center of it. I mean, how could there not be that kind of thing? It all emanates from the title character, and it's certainly reflective of, John and his sensibility and mine, and then it was up to Jody to score it so that it didn't feel, so that it didn't feel sappy, whether you're scoring it, like a big movie or scoring it nice and small or whatever. Man, he always just would give it the right touch. So thank you so much for not being shy about, putting your voice out there and, letting us know what you thought of the show. Not all of it is kind, but most of the conversations I've had about Courage have been, just wonderful and so fulfilling. And this is certainly, at the top of the list.
Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. But again, the pleasure is truly mine. And, I have to speak on behalf of a lot of people from my generation. I know you couldn't have foreseen that 20 plus years on, we would still be such diehard fans, and that this would inspire us to become filmmakers and artists and whatnot. But really, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for this. This is just truly such an important show to a lot of people.
Well, thank you for watching. And if you've got kids, let me know how they do, 20 years from now, if you're showing them episodes of the show.
Oh, I will. I just hope CPS doesn't step in. That brings me up to my final point with you. You hear a lot of people in my generation say, oh, this show created my childhood, or this show was my childhood. So how does the term "you created my childhood" reconcile with your legacy for the show?
Wow. That's really something, that phrase, just, created my childhood, or helped, it's, wow. It's, when you're doing it, you don't want to think about it, because it's, it can feel like a burden, but you're writing for kids. That's a big responsibility, and I think, they deserve great storytelling. I think great storytelling helps the mind develop.
Marty, what's your view on it?
Well, here's really what I say about it. I am, again, the conventions really solidified this with me, because I have people that sometimes come up to me in the conventions, and they're like looking at me like that, and then I also hug people, after we, say goodbye. I'm big on that if they want a hug, and I've had people cry when they see me. like literally break down in tears. And, sometimes I used to watch this with my grandmother, and these were moments when we were together, and, you were my childhood. You got me through my childhood. And I realized that a lot of people that come to these conventions are people that are a little bit, kind of off the beaten track, so to speak. Not only, but I'm saying a very high percentage of people that, when they talk about nerds, or people speak about, what a nerd is, which has become this, like badge of honor, actually, in today's world, as I am a nerd kind of thing. But, people that are, that have had troubles, that have struggled in their lives, that have had pain in their childhood, and difficulties, and deep sadness, and fears, anxieties, tremendous. It's so big, anxiety, in the world we live in today, especially the world we live in today. And so for young people, anxiety is a very real thing. So when they see this little dog who's so, scared of everything, so terrified of everything, somehow on the 11th hour pulls it together to face his fears and, basically save those he loves, and perhaps save the world on some level. So there's a wonderful, inherent message to this whole show, which is, face your fears. We understand we all have them. And fear and anxiety is, we know you have them. But it's like, if courage can do it, you can do it, kind of thing. And I think, at the risk of sounding too precious, I think there was absolutely truth to that a lot of people really did. Some of these people felt good about the fact, they felt it resonated with them. This idea of their own anxieties and perhaps having been abused, or, sadness and terror and whatever it is, and that somehow courage comforted them, and that you too can be a hero. You are a hero. It's a great message, that I was so fortunate to be a part of, that, yeah, I mean, I created the voice. Yes, wonderful. I helped breathe life into this character and it reached people. But ultimately, it was this just wonderful spirit that it just exists in the show that I think is timeless. And I think it'll always be appreciated because of that. It'll never go out of style, that message, right?
So now we come back to the man who started it all. John, what's your view?
I don't understand. I don't get the legacy part. Of course, I love that we all did something good in the world. I always say that. And that if fans continue to discover this cartoon that's being squashed, absolutely, and they get something out of it, generation over generation, and I know because I hear from them, it's for me, it's a great honor that I've done something worthwhile, and that's what I get out of it.
So there we have it. And for me, all I think I can say about this show is there's a lot of shows that I've viewed in childhood that I go back to, and they're pretty bad. Like, I don't know why I liked it. The vast majority, though, I can go back and be like, wow, this is still really good. I enjoy it. But there's only a handful, very few, where I can go back to it and be like, wow, this is actually better than what I remember. I actually get more enjoyment now watching this than I did as a kid. And Courage the Cowardly Dog is one of them. The life lessons on how to be brave, deal with abuse, deal with the loss of a loved one, and countless other life lessons, all wrapped up in such a beautifully, wonderfully hilarious and terrifying show, is just such a joy to have. To me, the biggest influence this show had is teaching me not to be so scared. I was a scaredy cat growing up, much like Courage. And even though I really liked Scooby-Doo, which had its own cowardly characters of Shaggy and Scooby, Courage was the one that really helped me the most. Yes, Scooby and Shaggy were able to overcome their fears, but that came from the encouragement of their friends. Courage didn't have that luxury. He had to find the strength within himself to be brave. And that's a very powerful lesson from a not-so-cowardly dog with the apparently very appropriate name of Courage. So I think that's a good note to end on. I'd like to thank all my guests for not only coming on, but helping to create such a classic part of my childhood. So unfortunately, the time to say goodbye has come. Jody, it's truly been a pleasure.
Good. Thank you so much. Really great. I'm glad you really love, you're one of those crazed people that really love this show. It's a certain sensibility, it truly is.
William, it was great having you on. Really enjoyed talking about all those great gags, including Eustace falling down the stairs.
Thank you for having me. I had a good time. I'm always nice to talk to somebody who was positively influenced by the show.
I'm not so sure about that. Yeah, weirdly, I haven't had a good night's sleep since 1999. Also, coincidentally, my hair went gray around the same time. Yeah, this has died.
Yeah, but see, nothing ever got you at night. That's from us. We saved you from all those things that could have gotten you at night. We did good work, I must say.
You very much did. Thank you for stopping by. David, it was great talking to you about all those classic episodes you wrote. And Freaky Fred.
Godspeed, Andrew Wass. Yes, edit this. Make me sound coherent.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of fun editing this one. But thank you. Marty, it was really great hearing from you and from Courage.
Hey, listen, man, it's been a pleasure talking to you. You obviously know your stuff about Courage. I've been interviewed on numerous podcasts by people. You are by far the guy that seems to know the most about stuff. So anyway, I've enjoyed talking to you. This has been terrific. And let's do it again sometime.
Thank you. That means a lot to hear. And yeah, this was really cool. We'll for sure have to have you back on, maybe do a commentary or two.
Wasn't it cool, Andrew? Wasn't it cool?
Well, hearing Courage say my name is so cool, but that usually means something bad's about to happen. Also, I want to point out, if you want to hear Courage say your name, check out Marty's cameo. The link will be in the description.
Oh, direct people to the cameo! And also my pages. Facebook and Instagram.
Well, I certainly will. Those links are also in the description. So again, Marty, thank you for coming on.
Take care, everybody.
Lastly, John, thank you for coming on, and thank you so much for making this show.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andrew. Thanks for having me on.
Lastly, I just want to thank you all for sticking around and watching this monster-length retrospective. This is by far the largest and most complicated thing I've ever done on the show, but for Courage, it's worth it. Now, to give up the ghost a little bit, all these interviews were done separately and were much, much longer. Not wanting to let that rich material go to waste, though, I decided to put a playlist in the description with the unedited interviews with everyone. So if you want to hear even more about Courage, click the link below. So until next time, I'm Andrew Wass, and I hope you've enjoyed your time with us.
Stupid dog!